everybody to Tabletop Notch, a peek beneath the veil.
He's tired.
Tonight's chapter will be chapter 52.
Yes.
If I have that correctly. 51 pumpkin.
No, I don't.
You didn't redo it.
A different gourd.
Welcome back. We will be jumping right back into battle. I can put up the... We're mid-combat. That doesn't happen very often, but
we were trying to
were in
remember,
the
I think,
thick
the
of it.
one episode.
I think there was one other one where
it's happened to us, yeah. Well, I guess the
doesn't happen
side
very
quests that happen.
Yeah.
By the end
Everything
of the
worked out
episode,
then, so everything's gonna work out now. Too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Everyone
We're still
lives.
alive.
Ooh, optimism. That's nice.
The Dolgons are in the barn, and we're trying to fight our way out. We'll do a little intro as usual, a little recap. But first, any thoughts, things to say?
It's
a little loud music at the moment.
Well, top 3 today.
Please.
It's actually pretty good ones. It is World Vodka Day.
Vodka?
Vodka Day.
We don't have any.
Yeah, so.
I know.
So-
Well,
Cannot celebrate.
if you're out there, it is National Taco Day, which is great. Kind of weird on a Sunday, but sure. And Taco Tuesday.
Are we judging the days now?
World Animal Day. Yo.
All animals.
All animals of the world.
They
we
all just get
appreciate
one
you.
day, and dogs
Giving
get
it up.
one day?
Oh,
Some BS.
Special.
So
National
protect your
Dog
horses.
Lovers Day.
Yeah.
Don't let them die.
Protect your goats.
So, enjoy a taco and some vodka with all
So
of
for
your...
World Animal
Yeah.
Day, here's some really fucked up goats.
Tune in with your weird ass
I have to drop his bomb down.
Oh my god, yeah. If Safira casts her like understand animals and the girls are just like death! Safira!
It makes sense it's World Animal Day. We're gonna succeed. We're gonna succeed.
Any other thoughts before we roll that intro?
I don't think so.
Nah.
All right.
That was it. Wow.
Roll that
boy.
intro.
Wrote it.
In chapter 51, what's good for me is good for thee. The party started to feel the limiting effects of being only able to access the 4th precinct in Tuktu. After a discussion about the merits and shortcomings of having Erland as a traveling companion, Safira solicited his help with delivering a note to the broken crowd, hoping that getting Massif's attention might lead to some loosened restrictions and a way to get a signal to Armand that she'd kept her word by seeking him out. It wouldn't be the first or even second time that Erland had swung by the black and purple tent today. He'd done some digging on his own about 2 names that cropped up during the Harvesting Yard scouting mission, Valko Lavinia and Ja Houghton. He'd also convinced a resentful merchant to stick around after being denied entry into the 2nd precinct, promising to plead his case to Principal Thomas. Meanwhile, Beezaura and Graven, who were mulling over their recent private discussions with Reyna Kiros, got to work on locating the estate club members. Their identities provided by Jillian, and the locations of their whereabouts verified by the ever-enterprising Crespo. The half-orc Raz Pugh lived on a farmland estate nearby. His primary public pursuits in sheep herding and money lending, but seemingly with his hand in a number of other ventures as well. Thanks to the timely arrest of another potential pawn chaser, Raz was willing to negotiate. He was currently dealing with a problem brought on by some abnormal goats, confiscated from a client who was delinquent in their debts and attracting the attention of dangerous Dolgons. Raz had barricaded the creatures into his barn, and he wanted them exterminated. a job that he would have turned over to the Gentle Void, if not for the limits of the lockdown. Beezaura accepted the challenge, but knew it wouldn't be a one-woman job. After we all found our way back to our rented shed, the task was brought to the group and it seemed the stars had aligned. Apparently Mr. Pugh was also the man to see if you needed an off-the-record way to contact someone in another precinct. Orba finished perfecting her notations of the mage armor spell. Erland and Safira turned in the iron chest, its magical bracelets mysteriously missing. And we traveled as five back to the rural areas of Tuktu. Safira hit a wall in negotiating with Raz, as he wanted a more unique form of payment than gold. But we tabled that discussion to focus first on the Dolgaunts in the barn. A fight that would demand our full faculties and attention. With the door locked shut behind us, we set to work hacking through the hay bales, and it wasn't long before an arrow found its mark, sending the screeching, warped horrors into a frenzy. They came at us with flurries of small strikes that wrapped up Graven and Beezaura, and each time it felt like we dealt a significant strike, they would retreat through the floorboards and return refreshed seconds later. We reached a critical point where it seemed we needed to either all pounce on the same target or find a way through the metal hatch to cut off their escape route. And as the rancid stench of death continued to cloud our judgment, we asked ourselves, what had contaminated the goats in such a way that attracted these corrupted beasts? How valuable an item might Safira be willing to part with just to establish a line of communication to Armand? And after missing her first two attacks, would Beezaura be taking her draft jacket back to Reyna for a refill?
Tries it twice.
I actually thought about it. I was like, I never offered to give her any money for this.
I think Ferd implied that he had paid for it in advance.
I literally was thinking about that like all this week. I'm like, I never offered.
Like, I should have paid her.
Yeah,
Oh, thanks, bitch!
Put gold into her basement, like Safira.
yeah, right.
Woo.
Put it in the bushes somewhere.
We find out now on chapter 52 of A Peek Beneath the Veil.
Oh, okay. Temper that enthusiasm.
I don't like this.
I know.
This is harder than I thought.
The sounds and smells of the battle in the barn rage on.
Ew.
A humid capsule that seals in the sweat. Makes it seem as though you could taste your own breath. There's a dampness seeping into the floorboards around the one slain Dolgaunt in the corner. Not blood, but some kind of residue like the trail a slug would leave behind, seemingly decomposing at a rapid rate, and a few of its extremities still twitching intermittently. Out of the corner of his eye, Erland spots a few tendrils probing up through a gap in the wooden planks that don't seem to belong to any of the creatures already accounted for, possibly a sign of an additional foe that has not yet joined the fray. Though it does not fully emerge, and in fact it retreats very quickly back through the floorboards down below. It's difficult to keep a clear head in here. For the party, as in times before, discord breeds determination, and they ready themselves for another volley of blows. We return to the top of the lineup.
Yes, I put the order in the chat.
Okay. Safira.
Still up on the ridge here of this kind of little walkway on the edge of the barn to sort of survey the lower area. Safira's climbed up. She has a very good vantage point of all of the creatures.
I want this one.
Shooting at the one next to Orba.
Right, you do.
And you've been using your regular bow,
I've been
right?
using my regular bow,
Great.
so it would take an action to change.
Yes, well, I was going to count the range, but the bow's like 120,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's not an interest.
Yeah.
Make an
can you
attack
turn the
roll.
map? I'm sorry.
Yes, I can definitely
Really?
do that. I will even do big math.
I like
Fucking
that. I
11
like
to
seeing
hit.
that.
11 misses.
I know. I have rolled a 4. I have a +7 modifier for those who don't know.
And trying to get up over the hay bales and also avoiding hitting Orba and Beezaura. She tries to thread the needle and fires and goes a little too far. And Erland even hears a kind of boom stick into the wood at the far end of the barn there. Any movement or anything?
I'm gonna take a moment, I guess, to cast Hunter's Mark on that guy,
Okay,
even
great.
though I missed him.
What is
I
the
should
range
have
of
done that
Hunter's
before. It is.
Can't imagine it's not.
I have to know.
90 feet. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. That's
Anticipation.
I think the whole thing's like that. Great.
Oh gosh, this is so stressful. Okay, I really should have. Regrets. Whatever.
Should have practiced more rolls between last week and now.
Yeah, I should have. What? This I rolled
Doesn't
a
help.
19 before. You're right. I wasted it. That's it.
No matter how many practice.
Any movement at all?
No,
after
I'm
casting?
hanging
Great.
out.
She stays there. Erland.
Sort of seeing the tendrils coming up, I'm gonna first yell, "There might be more beneath the boards!"
Oh.
And then I'm gonna sort of strafe over to the Dolgond, spinning
boards.
quarterstaff attack.
Attack roll.
Nat 20.
Roll for damage.
Thank goodness.
That was so close to not being.
I know that was so close. Oh, okay.
That's less fun.
Yeah.
So 4 plus 3 is 7 bludgeoning damage.
7 bludgeoning damage. Great. With a mighty thwap, you can see the tendrils kind of flinging around as they're wrapping around Orba. It's not down.
Shit. All right. Okay. I'm gonna use a key point to use flurry of blows.
Okay.
Blow him.
Come on,
He
baby.
loves the
Give
fun.
him the blows.
16 to hit.
That
Not
hits.
right next to me.
Distracting.
That is
That's a distracting.
Blows.
7 bludgeoning damage.
7, and following up on a mighty blow of the quarterstaff, Erland
Come on.
goes in for an unarmed strike.
That's it.
And knocks the creature to the ground again.
Oh
sort
my
of
god.
Waste
Finally.
pooling in a little sort of damp puddle on the floor.
Was it the
there.
first one we actually killed?
No, there was one other that died.
Can I still? I have used. That was what, like 15 feet of movement to get me there.
Yeah, 15 feet of movement. Yeah.
5, 10. There's no possible way for me to get to the other Dolgant, is there?
5, 10,
Oh, I see.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35 feet,
No.
I think.
Okay. Can I see the tendrils from where I am right now?
Give me an give me a perception check. The ones that you kind of spotted coming up through the floorboards?
Yeah. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. It looked like it was coming kind of back underneath the sort of little staircase leading up to that.
So if I've already used. Did I use 10 or 15
Orba's
feet
no
of
longer
movement?
grappled also.
Did I use 10 or 15 feet of movement?
15
there?
feet of movement.
So using an additional 25, could I get to where the tendrils are and attack them?
You definitely could not attack them. It hasn't like come up. In fact, like some little tendrils came up and then it kind of retreated back down very quickly.
I have an extra flurry of blow I want to use. Could I punch Beezy in the face?
You could do that.
I don't. Not yet.
Send her into a battle rage.
Can I?
Interesting option.
I
know-
came to mind rather quickly.
Yeah,
I know that this isn't perhaps
Let's just punch her in the
technically
face.
what a flurry of blow is, but could I go back to that hay bale and look for a key using my last flurry of blow?
No, but
Punch it? Can I like punch it?
I'm gonna say
try.
as a non,
Actually,
it took a full action to give it a thorough look through. I'll say you can run back with the movement you have and give it a quick look through with an investigation.
So I can't attack it in the way that Safira
No.
did. Okay, great. If I have an attack,
it wouldn't. It would maybe. What is the wording on flurry of blow?
So, after you take an attack action on your turn, you can spend 1 key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. I used 1 unarmed strike.
Okay, sure. I'm convinced.
Haha!
Which one are we going for?
This one right here.
It'll take like 6 damage. Watch. Just watch.
So I'm
because
gonna
there's
like
a
just
Yeah, it's like a thing.
You're going.
yeah.
We can
my
attack
hands here. That is a 22.
What is with these rolls?
Yeah.
No, I'm never.
You punch into the hay bale and you rummage a little bit with your hand. Come up empty. There's nothing inside.
I was there. I was
The
excited.
hay bale has to make a dex save or it falls prone.
You hit it and it just kind of. It's a sad little pile.
That's my turn.
Great.
Dolgons.
Dolgons. This one here that has Graven grappled is going to make its attacks. 2 unarmed strikes.
Oh, you're.
First 2 unarmed strikes. And this is something we discussed earlier. We're not going to sort of retcon what happened. Warding Flare cannot be used against these creatures because they are immune to the blinded condition. So the flash of light. So 2 unarmed strikes. That is a 9 and an 18.
Hit.
That one hits. Great. We'll do that one first. Only 3 bludgeoning damage for that one.
Okay.
And then it's going to. So after the 2 unarmed strikes, it tightens its grip on you, and you can feel a little bit of pulsing as it attempts to drain your energy. I need you to make a Constitution save. Actually, I need you to make 2 Constitution saves.
No matter how damaged it's dealt, it says as a reaction, reduce damage dealt to you, Stone's Endurance.
Yep.
So it could conceivably. Alright,
Yes.
so con save first. Which is totally fine, because it's a natural 20.
Excellent. Second con save. 2.
2.
Oh.
It's less good. That's a 11.
11?
11.
That was
Just say.
God. So
Yeah,
no
it's like
damage
a
at all? Or
10.
half damage?
Yes, you take no damage from those. And after it sort of goes in for the attacks, it sees that you sort of withstood it, and seeing its other sort of fellow creature in a pool on the floor, you see it start to.
Oh, can I? If my turn is next, can I try to like?
You are
grab
grappled by it, and it only just kind of lets you go as it seeps through the floor. You are no longer grappled.
it? I don't care about that. I want him to come back.
Creature is through the floor.
Gone. Damn it.
Okay, who's next?
All right, it's me.
So there's a moment here. You look around.
I'm gonna say, okay, real quick.
Erland, where were the other things you think you saw?
I'm gonna point at the tendrils, but I'm gonna point to the hay bales.
The tendrils are no longer there, but where they were.
I saw tendrils over there, but search hay bales for keys to get below.
I'm gonna take maybe 5 feet towards where he said,
Yeah.
And bringing in all the light in the room, I'm gonna and blow out a radiance of the dawn
Okay.
around me, hoping that it hits the thing that went down. Because it's 30 within 30 feet of me. Anything within 30
Anything
feet.
within 30
Hostile.
feet.
Does
Even
that
below
mean
the
30
floor?
feet of you, like above and below you?
That's what I'm seeing if it's
Like,
blocked by
sphere.
anything. I don't think the wording says
Read that
Each
fine
creature,
That's clever.
feet.
a creature that has total
AoE
cover
spells,
from
man.
your attack is not affected.
AoE spells.
If it's
so-
beneath you, that's
Fuck off.
Oh, total cover.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
okay,
what I
so
was
I
thinking.
know it wouldn't.
You know it would
How
not.
dare
It would.
you.
Yeah.
Damn it. All right.
It didn't work.
No, it's not gonna work.
Still pointing at the hay bales.
Graven runs over.
It's
It
gone.
goes into a rage.
I really want to smash the floor open where this thing went down.
I mean,
Said preserve his barn.
I mean, it's a barn. You can try.
Are you kidding me? Preserve the barn? Like, he
Preserve
wants
our
these things
lives
dead.
first.
Don't burn it down. If there's a
Erland,
hole
he
in the
said
floor, it's
preserve the
different.
barn.
He starts to go, and Erland's like, no, preserve the barn!
Raven's
like,
mad.
he wants everything back in its
I'm
place.
gonna
It's a historical
go for
treasure.
A mace hit on the floor.
Okay,
where it went
that
down.
was, give me an attack roll.
Yeah.
If you cost me my chest piece,
oh, you're
because
just
you
gonna
didn't
fall
preserve
down
the
with
barn.
it. You're just gonna hit the floor right where you
10
are.
to hit.
10 to hit. I mean, you do hit it, but
Yeah.
the wood seems pretty solid. It makes like a little crack, but it doesn't like blow it open.
It's solid oak, Goliath.
We have to get it before it regains its strength. The other ones, when they went down and came back up, it was totally random as to where they didn't always come back up where they.
I don't think I can tell you that.
Well,
I don't
yeah.
think that's true, but
Actually-
From what we saw, they didn't go down and then back up.
Also, wild.
I feel like they did, didn't they?
They did?
they did kind of come back up around the same spot where they went
Alright.
down. But
All right, I'm gonna go and stand right where
I mean,
he.
you're
I'm gonna
right
wildly
where he
5
went
feet
down.
back. That's
While we
kinda
have a
where-
second here, Safira's gonna call down and Orba up here with me.
Oh my gosh.
Relax, says Orba.
Why? We have a second.
Anything else?
Oh my
Graven?
God.
No.
Okay, Bizarre.
Okay, well, nothing attacked
I
me,
know.
so nothing got disadvantaged. But that's okay.
Well, it got killed. So.
That's true. That's true.
That's the most disadvantage you can have
Yeah.
is being dead.
I
Nothing.
mean, if we would
Yeah,
push
that's
it
pretty. That's
So
pretty big
since
decision.
nothing is there, how far is? I mean, I guess that last hay bale in the corner. That's too far for me, right?
Which one? Can you laser point me there?
Oh, I never know.
Is this your first laser?
Yeah, I never needed to. That one.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet away.
Oh, then I'll go there.
Oh, little Easy can get there.
10, 15, 25.
And
can't always
I guess
get
I'll
there,
take my flail to it.
It's very
Great,
cute.
sure.
Or
Give me an
I
attack.
guess.
You can. I'll give you the option. You can make like an investigation check to rummage through it, which might be safer if there's one of those pustules. But an attack would
Yeah,
be
I'll do
quicker and
invest-
surer.
I'll do investigation.
Okay, give me an investigation.
Just let me get those things set.
Wait, isn't the investigation one the more dangerous one, or is it more thorough?
No.
No, it's more careful.
It doesn't like
Yes,
ignite
because you're
anything.
hitting it with
Nat 20.
nat
No.
Wow.
quickly and carefully.
Get on our level.
Yeah.
Art. I've been sucking.
Oh my god.
You got
I've
it.
been doing fine.
Get it.
Hard to grab.
Did-
Nothing inside.
Ah.
Man, you really.
That 20 should make the key materialize.
Right.
Yeah.
It just shows up in my hand.
Yes.
Okay, so I haven't used an action, right?
No, the investigation check was.
That was my action. Okay.
I haven't, right?
Okay. I already moved, so I can't do anything. Yeah, I'm gonna stay there.
Bonus action of some kind.
No, I'm okay.
Okay, great. Who's next?
It's me.
All right.
I'll go again if you need
Orba is going
So a
to.
moment of
you're tuned
unnatural
up here.
calm and quiet, everyone kind of paranoid, like keeping their wits about them.
You're not my mom.
It's on my head.
5, 10, 15, 20. Can I sit on this first step here, or is that 30?
Where am I going?
That first step.
Of the...
Up to Safira.
Oh, yeah.
Sit on it.
5, 10,
Just
15,
hang out
20,
there for a
25,
minute.
30,
Take a break.
I think
35?
I can't see
No.
30 puts you still on the floor, but at the right next to it. 5,
Yeah, alright, I'll do.
20, 25, 30, yeah.
Just diggity dash.
Is that where you're
I'm
going?
not gonna diggity dash.
What else are you gonna
I'm
diggity
gonna
do?
hold my action, you dingaroo.
Wow.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna get as close to that stair as possible.
15,
With these diggity dole guns.
Diggity dole guns.
And then I'm gonna turn and looking kind of
back
similar.
to the wood.
Yeah. Where Graven is, I'm gonna look and wait and hold chill touch.
Okay, great.
For when a Dolgaunt arrives.
Okay.
Alright, top of the lineup. Safira.
Okay, well, I'm gonna also hold an action for, hold my shot, I guess. Unless, should I transition to wolf, though? I don't know if I should.
What?
I'm trying to decide now would be the moment to take out my bow.
No time for advice. No time.
But yeah, I'll take out.
Okay.
I'll take out.
Quickly, Safira takes a moment. Get out the other bow.
I can't also hold an action, obviously, because that was my action. Okay.
Alright. You good then?
Yeah, I'm not moving. I think.
Erland.
Erland.
Look at those hay bales.
That one.
Oh
10, 15.
And I will I'll do the more dangerous but
Hitting it?
yeah, hitting it
Yes.
version.
Give me
So
the
shove the
quarterstaff.
in.
Yep.
That's to hit actually.
Yeah, to hit.
So 24.
Great.
Jeez. Really?
You got it.
Collapses in an empty heap on the floor.
Great.
I think we should have just asked him for the key.
I mean,
We didn't know we were gonna.
Give me a
do that.
perception check as well.
Oh.
Oh my god.
okay, never mind.
You noticed nothing.
I don't even notice the hay bale that's crumbled in front of me.
Notice that you're not
It's gonna be the
succeeding in
closest one to literally the front of the hatch, which is that.
Can I yell something through the door?
You can definitely yell.
Can
You don't know
I?
To the goats?
That feels like that should be my job.
I'm gonna yell. His first name's Ra, right? That's it.
Raz.
Raz.
Raw.
I thought it was Ra. Last name
Little
Sputin.
No, Jaw is the
Ja, yeah, okay.
Jaw.
Raz. All right.
His name's
This
Mr.
guy's
Rob,
name
right?
has been the bane of my existence. Raz, I'm gonna go. Raz, where's the key to the cellar? I'm just gonna yell. And hope
Oh,
he hears
right,
me.
'cause he's supposed to be right outside.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
And that's my
Engine
turn.
holler.
You don't hear anything immediately back as you say that.
Dolgaunt.
This is all happening quickly. Dolgaunt, great. A little sound rumbling below. Some of the floorboards, little flicks of tendrils that come up. Looks like some tendrils come up in a couple spots on the floor. None of them rise up at the moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that enough to,
Do we see where?
like, have a target on them?
They like flick up kind of through the floorboards.
So probably not.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess this is like signs.
Where?
Right next to you, near your feet, where he disappeared, and then another one in the corner, kind of near Beezaura, where
Okay.
Erland saw it before.
Awful.
Thank
Are
you.
they like assessing where we are before they come out?
No.
They're gross.
Talk to them.
They're just being yucky.
All right.
Now it's my dumb turn.
Yeah, it's your dumb turn.
They're also hostile, so I think it
You want to search
doesn't
me?
work.
I'll
Like a dumb
search a
move.
fucking hay bale. God damn
Which one would you like to search?
it. The one right next to me.
Which kind of search would you like to do?
I will whack it with my mace.
Give me an attack roll.
Sheer anger.
7 to hit.
7?
Nothing inside.
The fuck are you talking about, Erland?
On the plus side, you haven't hit any bad things.
That's true, actually.
Can I just kind of take a look around the space that I'm in to see if
What
I
are you
can,
looking for?
I don't know, flick
don't know.
sparkles of metal in the hay. Or
Oh, sparkles of metal? You don't see those.
I didn't plan for any sparkles.
You started with anything, which was pretty broad, and then went down to sparkles of metal.
flint. You know the
You could have said shards.
glint. Yeah, flint.
Glint of flint.
Glint of flint.
It's funny
Glint of
stuff, but
Any movement or anything?
No. I'll
Okay.
wait here, and I've used my action, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, go.
Okay. Bizarre.
Okay.
Waste.
How far am I from that one next to Erland? Too far.
Yeah, 5,
The
10,
one near Graven.
15, 20, 25,
I
30,
should've-
35.
One of your grades
Oh.
not flipped, right?
And then
Yeah, the one
that
with Graven.
other,
Sorry, I
one,
can during your turn I can turn this so
Oh.
that's easier.
the one in the middle next to Graven.
Okay.
Am I able to
Turn
get
it
to
back
that
for
one?
the camera?
God, it's gonna be up on the top.
5,
I think I
10,
can get there.
15, 20 feet. Yep.
Yeah. Ooh, I got 5 extra feet.
15, 20 feet. Let's see.
I
Bet you
You're gonna whack it.
I know I'm gonna regret this decision, but I will whack it.
You're whacking, alright.
Watch. This is gonna be the one that we
This is the one that
It's
just
on
fire in
top
my
of
face. I just die. I believe that's a 16. Yeah, 16.
Oh, no.
Winds up the flail.
It's gonna. No. Nothing.
It doesn't exist. It's not real.
That's the only possible conclusion.
I think I'm just gonna get there and like just stomp through it.
You have 5 feet
5
of
feet.
movement left.
I'm gonna move closer to the hatch. The thing.
Closer to there.
Yeah.
So you can whack.
Big 5 feet.
Okay.
Just take a step with my one
game
foot.
changer.
Orba.
All right, it's
Could be.
Orba. So I'm gonna hop up to the second stair.
5, 10.
And seeing that people are searching through the hay bales, I'm actually gonna cast Ice Knife at, let's say this closest hay bale up on the platform, in the hopes of like
Getting
any
a
of
bunch of
the
them.
This one
dangerous
here?
things.
Like
Yes.
What's the range on that?
Ice Knife is 60 feet.
I think that.
15, 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah,
it's a spell
fantastic.
slot, level 1. Alright. That's a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Great. So that hay bale takes 1d10 piercing.
Sure, the damage is irrelevant, but so if it hits, does the surrounding ones also take damage?
Anything within 5 feet has to make a dexterity save.
They automatically fail dexterity saves.
Okay.
They go.
We try to
Okay.
get that one.
And then-
So,
Yeah.
great, so all 3 of them
Wow, you got a
shoot out the thing and a
Nice.
sort of explosion of ice and frost. This one, you see a little explosion of sort of pustule there, but nobody's within range of it.
Good.
Oh,
That
good
was my
job.
plan. I wasn't trying to look for the key. Am I finding a key?
Another pustule
Oh, buddy.
Oh,
Just saved
jackpot up here.
and nothing.
Okay.
So
alright.
as the sort of the frosty air around it settles, you see sort of all this
We're left.
frost-bitten hay settling down.
Can I have my dollar now?
Did you bet an actual dollar?
Yeah.
That it was there?
Wait, that's what
I'll tell you the real secret. I did them randomly, so I did not try to play you.
I'm sure you did.
Wait, you thought nothing was gonna be in any of them?
No,
No,
I
he
thought
thought
the key
one
was
of
going to be in the
those
top 3.
was
You
gonna
So I used the spell slot.
got a dollar. Yeah.
A dollar?
One spell slot costs $1. Good to remember. Good to remember.
Worth it.
Should have cast it at a level 2.
$2.
I actually might have a $2 bill.
You still have movement.
Yeah, no, I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll stay there. Top of the lineup with Safira.
Safira.
Okay, well, seeing what. I mean, now I've got wolf bow out is the problem.
You can still fire it normally. It just has less range.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna.
Turn into a bear and step on all of them.
Yeah.
Bears are big. They take up 2 by 2.
That's useful. I'm gonna fire at this one here.
The one furthest in the corner.
Yeah.
Great. Attack roll.
That's a natural one.
Well, that's pretty much the only way to miss. So fire the bow, and you try to do it like mid-swapping between 2 weapons, and the arrow just sticks in the far wall.
Why? Why? I don't know why.
Graven looks up at Safira and down at the hay bale. Like,
Nothing's happening. There's no pressure
All the
on
time.
me.
She trained under the premier archer teacher in the world.
Just absolutely
Someone took advantage
turn
of
it up. Come
world
on,
to
man.
The Orba's a little loose, and she just kind of.
As I just put it down, I rolled to a nat.
Stop
20.
making excuses for her.
It's not always incompetent.
Well,
Sometimes just bad
It's
luck.
not always in.
It's not always incompetent.
It's just
Sometimes just
often
bad luck.
incompetence.
Any movement.
I mean, I guess I could jump down onto it, but no, it's fine. I don't.
That's so funny.
I'm not gonna move.
Okay, Erland.
I give up.
That one's within 25 feet of Beezaura, correct?
Within
25 feet of Beezaura?
Yeah.
Great. This is within 40 feet of me, is it not?
so demanding when he talks about it. 25 feet of Beezaura.
Sorry, busy. I'm gonna try this one.
How you doing it?
I'm gonna thwack it.
Okay.
I said 25
5 feet.
of
Beezaura.
Beezaura.
To be clear, he wants
Very low movement. Well, he said it's an 8.
Still hits. It's a hay bale after all. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Ha!
Has a
You
bit
dumb
of
idiot.
It wasn't
15.
15. You take half damage.
It wasn't 25 feet of me. It just.
You take 4 acid damage as you smack it, and as soon as it does, there's kind of exploding pustule.
Gross.
He hasn't
rest of
answered
it.
yet?
It's legit gonna be the
what?
last
He
table.
hasn't answered yet outside that door? He didn't.
He has not. He did not answer that. I mean, it's,
Raz.
I'm gonna use my 40 feet of movement to get as close to that cluster of hay bales as
He said
possible.
he'd be out there if we yelled.
15,
Razzle,
30 minutes.
razzle.
If we
Yeah, with the floorboards.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
That
He
is
said
my
if you found
turn.
it, he's not going to open it up. Or we'll find out.
He's gone. He's
Is
reading a
what
book and
was that?
smoking a pipe in his home.
Finish that sentence.
Dolgons.
Dolgon's turn.
25 feet.
A little more sound,
Oh boy.
and the tendrils come up a little further. And they pull themselves up through the floorboards.
they're terrible.
One right in front of Graven,
Oh, hello.
and
It's
one in
fine
that
right
corner
now.
where you saw a couple of the flickering ones before.
Can I go back underneath there?
Let me look at their movement from. We need to take a
We might not make it. Pustules.
Yeah, we'll start investigating them and instead of thwacking.
I want to find it.
Who's coming for me?
And this one slithers across.
Whoa, you're sandwiched.
Let's fix the barn there.
That was
Preserve the
not our fault.
barn!
All right,
We did
Graven.
not.
All right. Now, without their cover. Oh wait, they still have actions. Yeah.
Yep.
But their
That
actions
was
just
his
to come
movement.
up.
That was his movement. These are the 2 unarmed strikes for the first one. That's a 9 to hit and a 21 to hit. 1 unarmed strike.
Miss one hit.
These are the 2 tentacle strikes from the first one.
Oh, how are you doing there, Graven?
11 to hit,
Miss.
19 to hit.
Hit.
So right now 1 unarmed, 1 tentacle. Now the other one, both unarmed strikes. 13 to hit and 15 to hit.
Both miss.
Both miss. 2 tentacles. That's a 14 to hit and an
Miss.
18 to hit.
Hit.
So
two
2 tentacles
one
and a
unarmed.
1 unarmed.
I actually kept track of that.
You take 4 bludgeoning from the first unarmed. You take 4 bludgeoning from the first tentacle.
Oh my god.
That's 8.
And 6 bludgeoning from the second tentacle.
Now with Stone's endurance.
Yes.
Stone's endurance, it's probably just 1 instance.
It's
of
for
damage,
attack,
right?
yes. Because each of these are happening separately.
So
yes.
I'll feel the first 2 and like steel myself for the third one.
Okay.
And use Stone's endurance, which is a D12. 5.
Okay, so you just took 1 from
took
the last
one from
attack.
that, So 4, 4, and 1. Jeez.
So you guys see these creatures come out and they slither towards Graven and a sort of flurry of
Oh, wow.
sort of squishy, rubbery attacks, and you are grappled once again.
How are the Dolgons looking?
I better be
give me
able
a
to
perception
find this
check.
fucking thing.
That's smart.
Swear.
Perception 19.
19. It looks like this one looks as fresh as
Fresh
they
as
can
a
possibly
daisy.
look. That one might not be the one. This one that came up in the same spot that
Yeah.
it went down. It doesn't look like it's been fully revitalized, but it looks like it.
Alright.
Somewhat.
Alright.
So it's Graven's turn.
Now it's my turn.
Okay.
Well, I'm surrounded here. I'm gonna do that thing that I said I was gonna do. Draw on all the light
Come on.
and shoot it out. Fill the room 30 feet. Con saves for the hostile creatures.
Oh, okay, good. I was gonna say.
Yeah, no, you guys are
We'll do the one here
I don't know, I'm
first.
pretty grumpy with you right
That's
now.
a 16.
saves.
And the one that you're facing, kind of, that's a 14.
They both save. Well, they take half damage of
Okay.
my
That's
2d10.
good still.
Come on. Still
Beep
take
bop, beep boop,
quite
beep
a
boop,
bit of
bop.
damage.
Graven, sort of with tentacles on him, he summons the strength to. And a flash of light goes out.
Half of 9, so
4 damage each.
4.
That's-
No, wait. I'm sorry. 9 plus my cleric level, so 9, 10, 11, 12. What level
13,
are we?
right?
4. So 13.
So 6 damage
So
each.
6 damage each.
Great.
A little boner.
Great.
6 radiant.
And the light sort of
Yeah.
covers their flesh for a moment, peels away at them.
myself here.
I wouldn't blame you.
I'm gonna whisper a few.
Come on, Graven.
Keep together, man.
I want to know what Graven's healing words to himself are. Because I really hope it's
His meditation
Stay
mantra.
alive, you idiot asshole.
Not daily affirmations.
I'm just gonna do level 1 and then
You are
totally
the best
not
Graven
You are
that
the
you
best
can be.
Goliath. You are not a puny self-man.
There are no other Gravens like you.
5.
So he's on for 5. And that's full. That's a real heal, not temp HP.
That's
You are
good.
the best Graven.
Okay.
All right, it's BZ.
Beezaura.
Okay. I'm gonna go up to the one that's fresh as a daisy
Okay.
and just try to fly home.
All right.
That's all.
Wow. He's no longer fresh. Graven did the radiant.
Oh, that's true.
But,
Great.
yes.
No longer
Less
fresh.
Slightly.
11.
11 misses. Goes in. There's a lot of hay on the ground. You kind of slip a little bit on all the hay that's sort of surrounded you after Graven bashed in a couple bales.
That's it.
Okay.
Darn it. I'm really suffering. This is like for me. I'm really sorry, guys.
It's
Orba.
me.
Yeah.
All right. Seeing that Graven's in trouble, Orba's gonna go up 2 more steps, so at the very top
feet
with
of movement.
Safira there, but stay in the corner. She's gonna pull out her mask, and she's gonna put it on.
The audience will just have to believe
Safety
that Orba's
first.
up there in the corner. There she is.
Trust it.
There's the little. There's a. Oh,
There we go.
What were you at before the mask?
I still had a lot of HP, but I need to fucking hit some stuff. Okay, so mask's on. She's gonna start to.
Safira sees her do it and is like.
Ooh, it looks cool.
And she holds her crystal, and her hand comes up and out behind it and casts Chill Touch at the front one of this fellow. Hold on. That guy.
Okay, it hits.
I am reduced. I'm assuming that applies to temp HP as well.
Whispers
yeah.
kind of build up as she starts to cast, and then fires out. Roll for damage.
Yep, rolling. That's a D8.
And this is the one that stops healing until the end.
Until start of my next turn. 7 damage.
7 necrotic damage. Great.
Killing it.
And that's it for me.
Okay. Who's next? Top of the lineup, Safira.
Okay, I have a question for you. If
Yes.
I were to cast Zephyr Strike on myself before I shoot the wolf bow and I hit it in the wolf bow, does that spell then apply to my bear self?
Let me.
Because if it did, that would almost.
To my bare hands.
Yeah, that still
Yeah?
applies. Things that
Okay.
you cast before, sure.
I'm gonna
Give yourself
cast,
advantage on one weapon attack before the spell ends. Yeah.
I'm gonna cast
Claws,
Zephyr
weapons,
Strike on
and teeth
myself.
Great.
And I'm gonna go ahead and give myself advantage because I've been rolling like garbage and I actually want to hit something.
Okay.
Great.
So now in bear form, you no longer would get the advantage.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you were asking.
No, I want to make sure I hit it so that I go into bear
Yep,
form because I'm not
definitely. Yep,
confident
that
that I
works.
can do that.
I don't doubt
Great.
your
Oh. I truly just
Did a
rolled a 4 and a 3. So,
It misses.
yeah. Well,
Guys,
Safira kind of
help
takes
me.
a moment,
I'm
She's trying to
trying.
get the shot without
I'm
hitting
sorry.
Graven and fires, but
But it's Graven.
sticks into the
Oh
floorboard
my
right
God,
next to
that's
his
so
feet.
frustrating.
My stone's
Okay.
endurance had
It
just
almost like
started coming away.
supernaturally senses it come in and kind of moves to the side just as the arrow comes flying in.
Well, I'm not gonna move. I'm just gonna hang out here and be useless.
Start
Okay.
rolling with your left hand or something.
It's my right. I don't know.
That's what I mean.
But you hit this guy, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
That is the one that appears more banged up.
Alright, Erland was running towards the hay bales, but sort of seeing all that commotion, sort of veers over and is coming in with a two-handed quarterstaff attack for
It's
that
so
guy.
useless to send. I've used 3 spell slots and
15 to hit. 15 misses.
Oh no!
And again, it kind of
I'm not.
moves just out of the way with a quick sort of sludgy movement.
I think 16.
Maybe if you'd been focusing this entire fight, Erland.
That was this is my third turn.
already.
So I had spine
Fighting
buffer
fight.
on.
Yeah.
6.
Infighting.
Okay, let me double check spine buffer here. Last 10 rounds, that's what I thought. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's extremely interesting.
Oh gosh.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna use Flurry of Blows again on that guy.
Okay.
That is a 18 to hit.
Why does it
That
behave
hits.
for you, but not for me?
That's 4 bludgeoning damage.
4 bludgeoning damage, great. After missing with the strike, goes in. Hits, and it kind of has a rubbery texture to it as your hand goes in.
I'm trying too hard.
If he is that the one that is currently restricting Graven?
The first tentacle attack hit, so no. The one
Okay.
next to Beezaura is the one that...
Oh, darn. It's only the one next to Beezaura.
And I'm sorry, Matt. How much movement did it take
Use
for me
20
to get
feet of
there?
movement.
20 feet.
Yep.
Great. Let's have him make a Dex saving throw. Actually,
Okay.
let's.
We shall.
11.
He fails, so he is prone.
Okay.
So this unarmed attack is going to be with advantage.
Okay.
19 to hit.
That hits.
There we go.
Fuck, man. Another 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. And while he's down.
And then let's have him make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
God, what are you doing?
Killing him. Let's go.
14.
He passes that. Okay, so then I am going to use my remaining movement and just step directly back.
Okay.
15 feet.
5. It is going to make an attack of opportunity.
Is that with disadvantage because he's prone?
Yes.
Normally.
Let me double
This
check.
case, no.
Yes, as disadvantage. Yep. Okay, it's gonna make it with disadvantage. Ooh, 14.
14 misses.
Okay.
So he takes 1d6.
Great. So as Erland steps away, it kind of tries to lash out with one of its tentacles.
It's better than one of your blows.
3.
3
Great. Piercing.
Great. Right, so fire out, and now it's kind of smashed into it a couple times, and then there's like a spine embedded in its arm, and it's kind of limping around on the floor.
All right.
It kind of looks up and
Can I help
you.
keeping?
That is my turn. I'm really
Okay.
glad he didn't die.
Dolgons.
Dolgons. All right, this one that's prone on the floor relaxes its body and
Oh my god.
But it can't heal.
allows itself to slip through the floor.
Until you.
You also
Your
get
next
an
turn.
attack of opportunity on this.
You do get an attack of opportunity.
Is it with
Try to
disadvantage
figure it out.
because I'm grappled?
No, grappling doesn't give disadvantage.
All right.
You just can't move.
Grappling doesn't
Natural 20.
necessarily. Amazing. But to clarify, grappling,
Right.
you're thinking of like restraint. Grappling is more like you're pushing and grabbing each other, like you're in each other's kind of business, but it's not. Yeah, take the moment. Go ahead and roll
Yeah,
the
so
damage.
natural 20 on my miss will give me double my 2s. So 4 plus 2
Double.
is 6.
6. Okay, great.
That's really
Just as
good.
its last tentacle is kind of sleeping through forwards, you smash it. It's like a smushed little foot, and then it kind of like pulls it through underneath your mace.
These
Still
guys
alive.
remind me
Still
of the
alive.
science people.
Damn it. Alright, so still.
Other
double
Dolgont. Okay, it's gonna make its attacks here.
I'm nervous.
I can't believe I gave myself a
All right, 2 unarmed attacks first
cannot
on
believe
Graven. 11 and 13.
Yes, miss.
And now I need you to make 2 Constitution saving throws.
You did it last time. You can do it this time.
Yeah, come on.
Saves.
I believe in you.
18 and 19.
Passes both.
Nice.
And again, you feel those little tentacles kind of grip and try to pull your life force away, but you steel yourself and you kind of wriggle yourself free from its grasp. And it's unable to do so. And once again, it pulls itself. You
No, I
can't make
can't
it.
do it
You
again.
can. Bizarre can make an
yeah.
attack of opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
Come
Come
on,
on,
baby.
baby.
Stupid things.
Nat 20.
Yeah! Oh my gosh!
This is our third one this
Give
combat.
me a tackle. Or a damage roll.
At least you guys are lucky, because
That one can heal.
I mean, the damage rolls have been shit on the
So double that thing.
You double the
Acid
die
roll.
and then add the
Double the die. 5.
5. Great.
Not that good, but at least I got him.
Yep.
Always going to heal that 5 damage.
I know. It's killing me.
I punched my hand really
Great.
hard.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
Pulls
really
itself
excited.
through. Once again, quiet in the room for a moment here.
God.
Man, this happens too much.
It's Graven.
Great. Yeah. You're no longer grappled.
I'm gonna hold.
Get away from that spot.
Well, they're not gonna come up this next round, are they?
But go first.
They're gonna use that round to heal, and then they're gonna come up.
Only one of them can.
Yeah, only one of them can.
I'll run over the nearest hay
You hate the hay bale.
I hate the hay bale.
15. Attack.
Careful.
Yeah, no, actually, no. I will look through it.
Okay, give me an investigation.
Feeling my.
Graven
I'm
tosses.
just gonna tossle the head.
Hits the thing. Knocks
Erland and his steward. 7.
7. Rummaging through. I need you to make a dexterity save.
Oh, Graven, if this is what knocks you out.
safer?
Dexterity
With a failed investigation, you aren't able to carefully pick through it, and your finger touches a little bit of rubbery and
5.
Wow.
you take 7 acid damage.
Oh my god.
Are you up?
Are you still up?
As Graven sort of angrily is pulling the hay, and as he reaches in,
Come on.
an explosion of
Yes,
acid
and I know what my
fills
next
his face.
duty is.
Yep.
It's the last.
There is no
Gonna
key in
be
here.
the
You
last.
thought you jumbled them up, but you just didn't put one in.
Yeah, right?
Alright.
Erland just didn't hit hard.
I'm just gonna turn away from it and wipe my face and keep an eye out for tendrils.
Okay.
BZ.
Zara.
Okay, I am going to use my last bit of mixture
Okay.
to give Graven. I'm gonna do the choose 1d4 targets within 5 feet of you.
He's not
And-
within 5 feet of you.
What?
Run over to me.
Oh yeah, I'll walk over. Sorry.
I'll walk, not run.
Beezaura's just
He's
strolling.
20 feet.
Okay, yes. And yeah, that's the one I can do, right? Oh no, it's the other one. I'm sorry. Grant an ally that you can see or hear.
That one you don't have to be within 5
Oh.
feet of, but yes.
Walks back.
Well, whatever. Yeah, sorry, I mixed up the things.
That's okay.
But it doesn't really matter. Grant an ally that can see or hear you 2d4 temporary HP, then roll 1d4 on a roll of 4. The next attack made against you has disadvantage.
Great. So roll the 2d4 first for the temp HP.
Okay, I have not been good.
Come on, BZ.
4.
4 temp HP. Oh, that's just one?
That's just one.
Great.
8.
8 temp HP for Graven.
Oh, and then
And then roll a 1d4 on a 4.
now
that
I'm
gets
not
the
gonna get
temp
it. It's okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, great. So Graven, a little surge of temp HP there. Anything? You have so a little bit of movement left, 5 feet of movement if you want to go.
Right.
You also haven't used an action.
Yeah, I
but
just
I don't
used
think
a
you can
bonus
get one in a hay bale.
Where am I? Oh, the bars right. Oh god. Oh, thank you. I'm too far. I'll just stay there.
Okay.
Can't really go much.
All right, Orba.
Feet.
Yep, Orba's gonna.
It's a tough angle.
Any healing I've done this game.
Wow.
You know what that means?
Orba's gonna take a quick, deep breath, hold herself still after taking all of that damage from herself, and she's gonna hold Ice Knife at a level 2 for that area of Dolgons. If it's somewhere else, I don't
okay.
want to cast it.
Okay,
it's closer
sure.
to friends.
Okay, you got it. Sort of panting there with the mask sort of floating in front of her face. Sort of holding the action.
All right, and that's it for me.
Okay.
Top of the lineup.
Have resistance to cold damage.
Okay. I'm going to, I guess, try to shoot
Give me a bail.
at, oh god.
That spurts on
This one.
I think
This one here?
That's least likely to spurt on people, right?
Okay, yes.
Do you still get advantage from Zephyr, or is it just
No,
one turn?
It's just the next
the
attack.
one turn.
Or you can
Is
choose an attack.
Very funny.
There we go. Okay.
Is it above a 4? Then
3 to hit.
Yeah, right.
you hit it.
Particular hay
Obliterate
bale
the
has
hay.
armor on.
I mean, they hail.
The hay bale kind of explodes in a little puff, and as it's kind of sinking to the ground, you hear a little.
It wasn't the
Second
last
to
one.
last.
Of course, it's the one.
Should I check
she
the last one
finally
just to be
hits.
sure?
Yeah, you probably should.
Did
you
you
should probably
break the
sit on
key?
it with your cheeks spread.
I didn't hide it myself.
Fucking hay bales.
Safira, any movement or anything?
Misplaced anger for the hay.
Sorry. Not sorry.
Safira's just gonna kind of. She's so relieved that she's finally been able to accomplish
She's like,
something.
"Ah!"
She does something like that where she kind of gestures down and just goes,
Doesn't
key! And kind of gestures, hoping that someone will get it.
Staying up there in the same spot?
Yeah, I'm just.
Okay. Erland.
I'm going to pick up the key.
Erland, 5,
We'll say you can get past the hay bale.
Great.
10 feet of movement. Pick up the key. That doesn't even take an action.
Great, and then I'm going to, I guess, take me 40 feet towards the door.
10, 15, 20, 25 was 30, 35, 40.
And then I'm going to use a dash action to get to the door.
It's
Trapdoor.
the key to nothing.
So you put the
Right.
key somewhere.
Do I need an action to unlock
I'm
it?
gonna
or
say
can I-
because you have the key, the lock is there.
Can I?
It takes a little bit of effort to turn. It's this big heavy padlock, and you turn it, and it springs free.
Would it be an action to? I know it's past my. Never mind.
Is
The door slides open.
opening the door an action, like to look inside? Is that
Give me a perception check. I'll allow you.
I'd like to do it,
Inside.
knowing that there are two guys down there. I'd like to sort of do it with a little
Okay,
bit of
sure.
sneakiness.
Sticks hole.
11.
11. You peek down. There's a little ladder along the wall, and then there's a floor, and then it looks like it goes out. You don't see anything from here. It looks like the storeroom is a little further.
Okay, it seems to be like a full floor, not a crawl space of any sort.
It doesn't look like you have to crawl. It doesn't look like a full high ceiling.
Yeah.
Like if you were walking, it would be like right the ceiling. Would be
Okay,
right
but I
above
could,
you.
in theory, like if I needed to go down there and fight something, I
Yeah,
could do that. I
yes.
wouldn't have to be prone.
Yep,
Okay,
you
cool.
could
Do I have additional movement still?
No. I thought you used
Yes,
dash.
20 because you
You
use a
can
dash.
move
You have
so
another 20 feet of movement.
You can move so much.
She's speeding.
I am going to climb down the ladder.
Okay.
I am not following you down there.
Best of luck.
You should not.
I'm at least going to take a step down the ladder to perhaps get a better view.
Are you climbing down or are you taking the
New
step?
map, who dis?
The bottom layer.
Oh, the underground with the ghosts.
God.
Let me zoom out on the
I
camera.
don't see the
Also, we can
goats.
I want to see the little black Phillips that are down there haunting everything.
The-
Black Phillip, Black Phillip.
we don't have the copyright for that movie.
Well, Black Phillip is probably
It's just
not
my friend,
copyrighted,
Black
is it?
Phillip.
Black Phillip
Yeah.
itself? Yeah, I mean, I have a friend. Yeah, I mean, just the little goat friends. That are hopefully not going to be aggressive as well. Can you imagine we get down there and all the goats
Are the goats are angry
They're
too?
probably possessed. So.
So you peek down. I still can't see the entrance.
just as soon as we come down?
Let's even move it this way a little bit.
Yeah, I'm liking it, goats.
Maybe.
I dearly hope that doesn't happen. Please don't kill us, ghosts.
It's not gonna be perfect. Close enough. All right, great.
Oh yeah. I don't want that to fall. Oh, smart.
Okay.
Oh, excellent idea.
The heavy iron door screeches open. Of the hatch as you push it aside, and a torrent of previously captive rank air comes billowing out in quick bursts, almost as if at the receiving end of a panting dog's mouth. I need you to make a nature check for me.
5.
There's a little trace of something in the air, something faint that stirs ever so slightly inside you. But it's inconsistent, just a fading vestige of something that was perhaps maybe more present. That's all you're able to discern.
Oh no.
And as you are you taking a step down, or are you just looking?
I will take a step down on the ladder
Right.
to perhaps provide myself a better view.
And it looks like the hall extends down another 25, 30 feet, and then it turns to the left. You're not able to see what's to the left after the turn.
Okay, what do you? Can I? Is that like how do ladders work? Is that 5 feet of movement to get onto
Yeah,
that?
it's
or-
5. That was 5, and then it would be 10.
So I'll use the remainder of my movement. I want to be very quiet about
Okay,
stepping
give me a stealth
downstairs.
There's these rocks.
14.
14. Okay. It's the ladder isn't so much like a physical wooden ladder. It's more like slots in the wall that you literally like climb down. So it's pretty quiet moving down because it doesn't make any kind of rickety motion noises. You step down onto the sort of smooth stone surface of this area.
Can't believe
That's the extra 20 feet, so it doesn't quite get you to seeing around.
That's
the
fine.
corner.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
fine. Yeah.
great. Steps
And
down. You
that
guys watch Erland disappear into the sort
is
of,
my
ash
turn.
thing.
That is
All right, Dolgon's.
The Dolgons, all right. You hear a sound again. They come screeching up through the floor.
Oh man, they're fucking sick.
Yeah, because Graven was actually they were on either side of Graven, but they're not adjacent to each other. Who are you shooting at as they come up through?
Who looks worse?
The one closer to you.
Great. Orba's gonna pull from her crystal like a little droplet that turns into just the sharpest little icicle, and then just
And
darts
again,
it.
the whispers in the mask kind of, and this torrent of ice comes shooting out. Wow. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay.
That's-
And is it targets within 5 feet of that target?
Only
makes a
within
save.
5,
Some,
yeah.
So no one makes.
10. Where's my Tion? Sorry, I was not anticipating how to do that. Okay, great. That's 3 damage.
Okay.
And then he has to make a dexterity.
He also has to make the save.
Yes.
Okay. That is a 12.
Fails, so he
Nice.
takes 3d6 cold.
Okay.
Come on.
2. 9.
9. Okay. Great.
And BZ's
Great.
not next to him, right?
And he's kind of, he just got the impact of the ice, and then he looks like he's trying to shake it off, and then it explodes, and all these shards of ice kind of go crawling up its body.
Cool. Seeing that nobody's gonna be getting his attention other than the one who just hit him, I'm gonna run to the other side of Safira.
This board is
Cannot.
very thin. It would be an acrobatics check to try and maneuver past it.
And if I didn't, I'd fall.
Give her a chance to catch you, but possibly.
With 1 hit point, I'm just gonna stand
Yeah,
next to
please
her.
don't
Yeah.
give me a
You only
chance
have
to
one?
catch you.
Orba looks like she's starting to move around, and Safira goes,
Puts her down.
It's alright.
She does the mom thing when you're in the car.
Yeah.
okay.
Or he just kind of climbs on Safira. That's it.
Safira's like-
Top of the lineup with Safira.
Okay, let's see if I can hit something. I'm gonna try for this little buddy.
Okay. That's the one that Orba just hit, who looks a little
And I'm using
Worse
a
for the wear.
different die because I don't trust anything anymore.
There we
Okay, 20, dirty 20 to
That
hit.
hits. Roll for
There you go.
Okay, well, I become bear.
Okay,
and
let's do the bow first.
I do bow damage first.
I
okay.
become bear.
I become bear. Is this D8? I always
Yes.
get this one. Okay, so it's 9 damage with the hit.
Great.
There we go.
9 damage.
He has to be almost.
Yeah, because you couldn't heal. Yeah.
Was he damaged?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he was the one who couldn't
yeah.
heal last turn.
Yep. I mean, he looks pretty rough.
So
the orc
does
just goes in. He
Colossus-
looks like he's kind of stumbling a little bit, trying to keep
Do I get
himself
Colossus
up.
on him
Yes, you do.
Ooh, 8 damage.
8 damage. The arrow goes in, and the creature
Yes!
Yes.
collapses into a pile. You
Great.
can still bear form if you
That
wish
one
to,
was
but
gonna hit me.
you don't
I-
have to.
I would still like to bear form.
Okay, great.
Don't damage the barn.
The arrow sticks in, Safira travels
Like-
through the
I can
arrow.
be a bear without like not.
Comes out in her bear form on the other side.
I like being a bear. I enjoy
Are
it.
you full
can
bear?
attack stuff
She's full bear.
I believe she's full bear.
Yeah, but I don't think I can attack stuff in the
No.
same turn.
Yep.
Yeah, no. I cannot.
Alright, are you good?
Yes, I am done.
It's Erland.
That's it.
Okay.
Do I hear the sort of commotion above and thus assume that the Drollgons have risen?
Give me a perception check.
Drollgons have risen. Drollgons will come again. That's your fault. It's your own fault.
You hear Graven singing. You do hear a little bit of the you especially hear definitely the sort of crash of the icicles breaking and also the roar of the bear as the form is being taken hold. You also, as you sort of are listening and hearing, you hear around the corner a little bit of like what sounds like eating, a little bit of and a little bit of what sounds like regurgitating as well, like a
Oh!
you hear those sounds. So it sounds like there's something around the corner. as well.
Is it possible for me to get to
Eating the
the
puke again.
the edge there and peer around
You can give me a stealth
quietly?
check.
Yeah. I would love
Either
to
the
give it a
goats are
stealth
eating
check.
them or
15 feet of
we're
movement.
eating the goats.
24.
24. You turn the corner of this sort of underground storage chamber, and you see this mass of desecrated goat corpses. Their insides mostly feasted upon, but sitting in an enormous puddle of blackish regurgitation. The bones and limbs that jut out from the slushy base give the whole ensemble the appearance of like a fossil that's half sunk into a tar pit, or an unlucky traveler succumbing to the soft earth of a mucculent bog. And as you look around, you see this mass of corpses and filth.
Ooh.
So those are dead goats.
That's like a massive,
Yeah.
nasty filth. And then there is one creature feeding on it.
Another Dolgons?
Yes.
And does that one look harmed at all from previous attacks and
He
stuff?
does not.
Can you scoot that closer to me for the camera?
What am I? Oh, it's just so
rotate.
It's like that's the one part that's bugged.
Yeah, now that he's past the.
There's a bug.
So that guy's just hanging out?
He's like. He seems to be like eating and then vomiting and then eating more as he's standing over this like pile of corpses here.
Pick a team, man.
Needs to talk to a specialist.
You said the slats are pretty big up top, yeah?
You can definitely see some light coming through it.
Can I see where this guy is up top?
You can catch glimpses of the light kind of moving. I don't think you know for certain where they are.
Okay, I'm still within 40 feet. I am going to...
Yeah, you only used 15 feet of movement.
Yeah, I'm going to ready an action.
Okay.
I'm going to ready an attack, and I am going to attack any Dolgaunt that... I'm going to ready attack for if this Dolgaunt, or frankly, if any other Dolgaunt, slides through the floorboards.
Okay. You'd have to be within range of it.
Can I... I can't ready, like,
Yeah, I don't think you can ready movement. Yeah.
There I come.
You can ready a dash action, but you can't ready movement. But so you wouldn't be able to attack. That's the point.
Okay, I will... How would that work? I'm gonna ready a dash action to run towards a Dolgaunt if I see
You would
one.
not get to attack on that same action, but
Yes.
Is that smart?
Well, I'm hoping that also means they won't be able to heal though. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that, yeah.
okay, sure. To the closest one that comes down.
To the closest one that comes down, yeah.
Definitely. Yep. Done.
I mean, we're about to find out.
Go for it.
That's my turn, sorry.
Okay, great. Dolgants. This one, even you can see these creatures sort of numb in their senses. Doesn't react to the roaring or the appearance of the bear at all. As soon as it appears, it just kind of moves towards you with these sort of flailing motions.
Can
It's
I
gonna make
help
the
you?
attacks. It's gonna make the attacks.
You
on
stood right in between me and the
Probably
thing.
just gonna. The
Thank
thing
you.
is, the dumb thing about this was dumb. I shouldn't have done this. Because here's what I'm gonna predict it now. It's gonna obliterate me out
It's
of there.
a 17 to hit and a 7 to hit for the two unarmed attacks.
17.
Okay, so 17 and 7.
17 hits, 7 misses.
Okay, so 1 unarmed strike and 2 tentacle strikes. 11 to hit
11 hits.
and 12 to hit.
12 hits.
So 2 tentacles and an unarmed.
But then there's a
told
turn
you.
of not
The unarmed does 3 bludgeoning damage,
I mean, okay.
and then the first tentacle also 3 bludgeoning damage, and the second tentacle 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so.
Alright.
10 total.
And I believe it can still
3, and
grapple
4.
a large creature. Yep, large or smaller. So the bear is caught up in the sort of tentacles here of the Dolgaunt. Sort of holding and grabbing at your paws a little bit.
Grapple. Alright.
Okay. That's and then it is gonna pull itself down. So you're actually not grappled as it lets itself go.
Do
You can make an
I
attack
get-
of opportunity.
Yes.
Man.
Okay.
Fuck.
Oh.
I mean, now I can't see.
Oh no.
Oh.
And Erland's just gonna run at him.
Sorry. Where's my strength?
You still gonna run, Erland? Can he take it back?
So it's this thing's strength, isn't it?
If he wanted to,
yes.
could he take it back?
Okay, so
I
it's
don't think you
17 to hit.
No, take that.
17 hits. Roll for damage.
Okay. Do we have 2d6s? Yes, we do. Okay, that's 10 total damage.
10 total damage. Excellent. Great. So as it's sort of seeping through the floor, the big bear claw comes smashing down
I
on
mean,
it.
I know it's just gonna heal, but. Okay,
Okay.
that's it.
We are to Graven.
Oh yeah, that was the
Does
one.
that other donut, does he get something?
Right now, he
heal
seems
from
to just be
anything.
feasting, so he has not done
time
anything yet.
Don't disturb his dinner, okay? Leave him alone.
He may be.
I can't get to the door with 30 feet, can I? No.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
I'm just gonna kind of like wheel around the bales so that I'm kind of, I would put the Dolgaunt between the bear and I if it were to come back up in the same
10,
place.
15, 20, 25, 30 would put you like there with the veil.
Yeah, that's good. That
You
way,
push the
that
bales
way too, I
over.
can run down.
Sure.
Yeah. Erland, should we come down?
Can I respond quickly?
There's a creature right next to you, but yes.
Yeah. There's 2 down here now.
All right. I will dash to go towards that door.
Okay. Crosses are 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 would put you at the last step.
Cool.
Oh wow.
Oh, sorry. I made you move it to a point where you
Do you
can't
want-
reach it. I'm gonna go down
Don't break
there.
the stairs. It's very small. I don't.
Okay.
There's snacks
Yeah.
downstairs.
Downstairs.
Something to eat down here.
Yeah.
Again, as you start to pass
Hard
through that overwhelming, like hot breath energy passing over you.
Steel myself to it.
Okay.
All right, it's Beezaura.
Come on, BB.
Yeah, I don't have
So
much.
far away.
What's happening? I'll just move closer to the.
With a movement and a dash.
Does that get me how far? Would
5, 10, 15, 20, 25 puts you there. So dash would get you to the top step of the...
yeah. To the top step. Oh,
Yep.
I'd already be down there. Oh.
Yep.
Should I do it?
It's too much. There's too much stuff.
Too much pretty stuff.
You know. Who's up there? Bear.
What?
Bear and Orba.
I'm just deciding whether to go down or stay up. Because they might just come back up.
Possible.
I'll just stay for right now.
Okay, stay there.
Don't know if that was the smartest
Orba.
choice.
Orba.
Yeah. I'm gonna stay where I am and hold a chill touch. I think.
Readies yourself. All right.
Safira.
Safira.
Hearing like Erland yell, I'm gonna run in bear form, like an idiot, trying to destroy everything in my path.
I mean, the hay bales are mostly like.
Can you fit down the
What's
thing
your
though?
movement?
I'm totally kidding. It's 30 feet.
30 feet.
I'm not trying to destroy.
Can a bear fit down there?
30. As
Yeah,
you
so
get
I was
close to
thinking-
it, you can very much tell that you will not fit down that hatch.
Oh no! I kind of
standing
like
there
put my head in there. I'm like,
Yeah, you definitely will.
okay. Well, I can stand. I can kind of. I'm gonna kind of position
come out of it.
myself like outside of it and ready an attack.
Okay, sure. Do so.
All right,
You
it's
can ready
on.
an attack.
I can ready a multi-attack actually.
All right.
yes.
How's the guy right in front of me
Extra
looking?
bear.
guy, he's
that guy's pretty beat up. He looks like he hasn't seen you yet. He looks like he's about to kind of reach down and try to.
All right, gonna two-handed quarterstaff
Give me
attack.
Go.
16 to hit.
16 hits. Roll for damage.
8 bludgeoning damage.
Bludgeoning
Ooh,
damage.
that's good, definitely. It has
Great.
to, right?
You just killed the one that was lower. This one's wasn't as low as the one that just got smashed. Great. So you give it a good smack, and now the two of them, sort of that were just eating, they kind of you've alerted yourself to their presence.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's empty the tank. Flurry of blows.
Okay.
Oh gosh, you're out of key.
22 to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
That's truly horrible. 4 bludgeoning damage
Bludgeoning damage. Okay.
One every time.
and dex save.
It's a tough little pyramid.
22.
He passes. Next attack.
Very dexterous.
Shit. 10 to hit.
10 misses.
All right, and I am going to go max distance, which is 40 feet away from him. Towards
To the corner or
stairs.
towards Graven?
Towards Graven, towards the stairs.
5, 10, 15, 20, 20.
I'll stay on the floor though, and I'm just gonna sort of wait there.
They're on the
There's
stairs.
2. There's 2. There's 2.
Okay. Attack of opportunity there.
Yep.
That is a 19 to hit.
Oh wow.
Yes, God damn it.
Is it not working?
You take 6 bludgeoning damage. As you're running away, it swings around and
I wanted to hit it with the slime buffer.
Yeah, I know.
How?
Just kind of limp.
I was going to say, how does Erland look? Are you looking rough as you come towards me?
I have been better. I am not in dire straits. I have been better.
looking better than you are, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm at 16 with my
Oh, I am
temporary.
worse than that.
All right, so I'll sort of sweet nothing to him as I run by. I'll give you a healing word as I go by
Let's
here.
call it a sweet nothing.
Dolgons go first.
Oh shit!
Oh, yeah, where
Right.
are we?
That is the end of my turn.
Oh, okay, great. I didn't know
it
we
was
were
my turn.
I would love.
Okay.
No, actually, they just stay there. Heal me.
Great. So the Dolgons. Shit. This one here looks like it's done feasting. It kind of does one last. A little bit of black fluid falls out, and it grabs the ceiling and pulls itself
Oh
back
yeah, you
up.
want to come out here again?
After us, he's
me.
on
Back
heal
up
though,
here.
so I guess that's okay.
So the bear's ready to attack us too far, but Orba can make her attack.
Yeah.
Come on, Orba.
Okay, well it's a hit because I still got
Yes.
the thing. So
Alright.
Fires off another shot. Give me the damage.
yeah.
And this one looks pretty healthy. This is not the one that's been beaten.
Cool. 7.
7
And
damage.
can't regain.
Great.
Chill touch though, yeah?
Yep. So I can't regain hit points. And then the other one, I don't know why I wasn't doing this before. Rotate
Oh my God.
this 5 to 1. Oh my god. Okay.
Going for me?
Yep. Comes after the target that just went for it. I don't know how I had this. Sure, close enough.
Yeah, that was good.
Great.
2 unarmed strikes first. That is a 12
Misses.
and a 17.
Bullbark.
Okay.
Let me do my constitution save before you
Sure.
do any more of those.
How much?
I fail that, so.
Septic.
Feeling a little septic. And then the 2 tentacle attacks. That is a 16 to hit.
Okay, when would I do spine buffer for those attacks? Would I do that now?
Now, when the attack misses.
Okay, so those
both of
2 misses.
attacks. Yep.
Fuck off. 3 piercing damage.
Wow.
Okay. Fire off the spine.
So 16 you said to hit?
16 to hit, yep.
I am going to use Bullbark once more. And
Is
hit
that
my
a
full
reaction to Bullbark?
Oh yeah, you can use one reaction.
I truly hate it. I'm 90% sure it is as a reaction.
Yeah, you can only use 1 reaction.
Fuck! 16 is the same as my armor class.
Okay, and so that was
that
the
hits.
first tentacle, and then the second tentacle, 14.
That misses.
So 1 tentacle attack, 7 bludgeoning damage.
Are you up?
Oh. And I do. Oh, fuck off. 2 piercing damage.
2 piercing damage to it. Still
Oh
up.
my god.
Why?
I might have to use my
Oh my
steam.
god.
And you are grappled as well.
yeah.
Oh my
If I
god.
see them, I have to come up there.
Yeah.
So it runs into the corner. Graven's like moving down the ladder, and he watches the creature like tear through the hallway, and it goes up to Erland and comes at him with a number of attacks.
Yikes.
Okay.
That's it?
This one just came up.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we did that, so it still has movement, and
no.
it is going to.
Oh, thank
Oh
God.
yeah, you want to come for me? Oh yeah.
It doesn't know that you have a ready to attack. You can use the ready to attack. It came
Yeah.
within.
It doesn't. No. Okay. 19 to hit.
That hits.
I was wrong. Okay. 2d6. 10 total damage.
10 damage. And you held a multi-attack, did you not?
Yes.
The multi-attacker
Same
is the
thing, like
action.
2
attacks.
Okay, alright. 21 to hit.
21 hits, roll for damage. As the creature runs up, Safira swings around and with a couple big mauling blows comes down on the Dolgon.
Oh!
I did
14 total damage!
14
Does
damage.
does Colossus Slayer work in bear form
You
as well?
retain your abilities
Oh.
in bear form.
Then, well, okay. Then I should roll a d8
Twice, shouldn't you?
twice? I know, I think we did figure out that it only works for one of the multi-attacks.
Yes.
One product.
Yes,
It's
it
only
can
one
only
D8.
work once
It's not-
per
yeah.
turn.
Oh my god, 7 additional damage.
So as the creature comes up, boom, 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 a couple big mauls.
Yeah, you
Before
wanna
it even
come to
gets to
me?
you, it's already looks like
How
it's
much
been
was that
shredded.
total?
14, that was like
Oh.
25 damage or something.
Oh, God.
And no,
Hits once.
22 damage, I think.
So
I can't remember
overconfident.
exactly how.
Well,
It does get its attacks off, but it meagerly goes after you with its sort of falling apart flesh. That is a 17 and a 19 to hit
Both
for the
hit.
unarmed.
Both
We'll do
hit.
those first. 3 bludgeoning for the first one,
Okay,
and 3 bludgeoning for the second one.
okay. I'm out of bear.
Okay.
Wow, that bear messed him up.
It did. And then the 2 tentacle attacks. That is only a 11 to hit, and then a
11
14 to
misses,
hit.
14 hits.
14 hits. That is a 6 bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled as well. So with its last kind of breath, it kind of goes out with its tentacles, and it just wraps you up in one of them.
Yeah.
They're both hurting.
That was the Dolgons,
That
so
was the
Graven.
Dolgons. Alright, Graven. Watching Erland trying to defend himself in the corner of the room there.
I'm still kind of on the ladder.
You need 5 feet to get within melee range, if that's what you mean.
That, and is there room for me to get off the ladder?
The hallway looks like it's about 10
okay.
feet wide. Maybe.
Alright. Alright, I'm gonna...
There we go. That's easier for that part.
I'm trying to ring his bell here. I'll point.
Okay.
I'll
Ding his dong?
Ding his dong. I'll try to...
What kind of save is that again?
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. 13.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, I'll go down. That's my action. And you're grappled?
Erland is grappled, yep.
Yeah, big time.
It's down here.
Is it worth saving something for if he actually goes down? Because if I heal him for fucking 2 points.
Yeah, you might want to save.
Well, he gets 4 attacks.
I mean,
Oh, so if he goes down and then he
you
gets
don't
hit.
And then he gets bombarded
Yeah,
with 3
that's
attacks
true.
after
he
that.
could die.
That is also a good argument.
Yeah, I'll give him a big old healing word. 2nd level healing word. It's gonna go so great. Don't even. Are you
I
ready
feel it.
for how
I believe.
great
I
this is
believe.
gonna feel for
What,
you?
does it get an extra d4 per level? Is
It's
that what it
2d4
Plus-
plus 3.
Okay.
I believe.
4 plus 3, 7
Okay.
HP.
Alright.
Okay. Alright.
Just literally, as you're grappling with air, just like leaning right into you. Like, you got this. I missed. Yeah, I can't really kind of engage with it at all because I don't have any actions left.
Yep.
I'll just stand there.
Okay.
Alright, BZ.
Like an idiot.
Zara.
Okay. Since I can
Switch
do...
back to Barn King. Although you need to see.
It's okay. I know where he
Okay.
is. I got his number. Since I can do that anytime, and he's pretty much hurt a lot, I'm gonna try to attack him first.
Okay.
Just move into attack. Nat 20!
Yes!
Give me the damage.
Please.
doing it to him.
I think that's a 6.
6 total.
Oh,
Double the
that's a
die.
lie.
Double the
Five total.
5 total.
You only get +1?
What do you...
Double the die.
Double the die.
Oh!
We rolled an at 20.
Whoops.
Double the die and then add your modifier.
Oh, so 7.
7. And with a mighty swing of Beezaura's flail, a splattering of sort of guts and debris moves across the line. Safira is no longer down.
Nice.
Yeah, I need to survive this shit stuff.
I'm glad I didn't do this first.
So Beezaura and Safira are both like looking at each other, like the splattering across the floor, and they hear a little bit of the sounds beneath the floorboards.
Okay, how much movement do I have left?
It was 5. Is 20 left? You have 25, right?
Yeah.
Just took 5, so
I'll move 5 closer to the hatch.
Oh, you can move 20 closer.
Oh,
That's what
I
you've
only
used
moved
5. Yeah.
Okay, I'll move 20 closer.
5, 10, oops, 15, 20.
Orba!
She's down!
A light breeze knocks Orba off. Okay, great.
You take.
So you're sort of at the just at the edge of the.
Alright, all good?
All good.
Alright, it's Orba. So I guess she's gonna start running down the stairs.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 gets you to the last stair.
And I guess as she's running, like, where's the last one? She's gonna shout.
You guys can respond to her
Oh.
if you want to.
Down here!
You can't really hear that, but
Underneath!
Okay, I'm gonna use my dash action and get another 30.
10, 15, 20, 30. Okay.
And that's it.
All right.
Okay.
You can hear floorboards above you, Orba running across.
Safira.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the entrance of this little area.
It takes 20 feet to get to the edge and look down.
If I look down, can I see enough to shoot?
Give me a
this guy?
perception check. It's a
I
tight
do,
hallway.
I do, but I'm just
It's not about the range.
I don't wanna. 10. 10.
10. We'll say that you looking over the top of them a little bit, there's a small opening there. It looks like because of the angle, they might have partial cover just because you're kind of like reaching around the edge.
Is there a way that I can get myself a little bit further in so that wouldn't be the case?
Was that all your movement?
No, I was only 20
Then you
feet
could
over
step
there.
down, yes, and get a better
I'll step down. I mean, it's getting crowded down here, I guess.
Yeah, but you can get a shot at it from there.
For an arrow.
Okay, I'm gonna try to shoot
Over the top.
Natural 20.
Coming up huge.
Yeah.
That also applies to your
He's also
Colossus,
hurt.
right?
Yes. It does it double Colossus damage?
It does.
Okay.
It doubles all dice.
Oh my god.
Haha. Well, okay, so 6.
Haha, well.
So 3.
Get your calculator.
Okay, so it's
Yeah,
just
this is the time.
here's what's sad is I'm literally punching into the calculator 9 plus 8.
7.
Whatever it takes.
I'm not kidding. 17 total damage.
17 total damage.
I think that's it.
Oh, thank God.
Hooray! Thank Christ.
I rolled a 3 and then a 4, so it's 6.
Show us how it's done here, Safira.
Doesn't matter.
She's kind of like shocked. I don't know. Since I never know what to do with these. It's just an arrow. I just sent the arrow down there, and she's satisfied that she was.
She went in between
I did
Graven's
it
head
the
and
same
saw
way I
Erland's
always do.
ear.
We're passing it over to Leah. How did you do
And I see Safira. And she takes the arrow and angles it down just past Graven's head, right skimming Erland's ear, and I hear it fly out of her bow, and I just hear it, and it's obliterated. And I just stand behind her with a slow clap.
I feel like you turn into a character from the Sandlot. That's my dream.
Besides
Goody God.
the stench that feels like it's almost another person in the room at this point, there's only silence. And the creatures have kind of turned into a little fleshy mass on the floor, staining the barn and the stone floor beneath.
Erland, you alright?
Erland's going to take. How does the healing girdle work? Is it like a literal thing, or is it?
You hold on to it and it pulses.
Erland's gonna grab hold of the belt and sort of take a pulse of healing from the healing.
Sure.
Let me make a. I don't even know how to best do this.
None of us know
However,
this
it's
thing.
the little boxes are kind of hard to mark, but whatever, it's easy.
So it's 1d4.
You can also use as many of them as you want.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use one first. See how we do here.
So without even saying a word, Erland just kind of reaches down and allows the peeling energy to pulse.
And I'm gonna use a second one as well. Grab the other one, take a pulse.
Is there some of the goo and ooze of them up on the top layer?
Yeah, there's a couple dead ones. Like, yeah, a little bit of it.
Okay. I'll wait till he's done.
All right, that's gonna be fine for now, I think.
So you're alright?
I'm not perfect, but assuming this is the last of this fight, I'll be all right for now. Thank you.
I don't want to stay down here for very long, but maybe we should go look in that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
what is?
there's. I already looked. The goats have been desecrated. They've been sort of mauled, but we should investigate further before we leave. So I'm gonna lead them around the corner to where I saw the goats.
What are the people upstairs? Are you coming down?
I'm noticing that I hear silence, or like not anything
Quiet
crazy
talking.
anymore.
Yeah, you can hear a little bit of quiet talking.
I'm gonna, are they all done?
Yeah.
They're done.
Seems that way.
And I'm gonna go over to, I guess, the ground and just like get some of the ooze or whatever, like on my hand,
Okay,
and then
sure.
go over to the door,
Which door?
to the outside.
Oh, to the outside door. Sure.
Yeah, and bang on it.
Sure.
They're finished.
And you hear a little bit of. A plank of wood falling. And you see Raspu's face on the other side.
And I just hold up my hand with the.
And he kind of recoils a little bit from the smell. Not just the smell of that, but this whole smell kind of wafting out from the barn.
It's been done.
So it has. Alright.
And I just throw it and stuff on it.
You got down. And he pushes it open a little further and peeks inside. Looks like you did pretty good in here. Not to destroy everything.
You tried?
Where's everybody else?
Some are down below.
And he walks over. And so this was happening. As this was happening, what were you guys kind of doing down there?
I was leading them over to where
Turn around the corner. Again, you see this desecrated sort of a puddle, goo, little bits of bone and things sticking up out of it. Graven, give me a perception check.
Ooh, no.
Sure.
Come on. Be
Real low perception.
Natural 20.
Wow.
Yeah. We have so many natural
okay.
20s.
I look with my deity eyes.
You take a look at this kind of mass here. Little bubbles of kind of pockets of gore and flesh that have been coated in this kind of regurgitation from the Dolgons. And it looks to you, for a moment, like you've seen it before. Trails of this kind of black residue passing through your mind. You have a memory of following puddles of things like this, tracing where a creature has gone as it tracks it, paw prints and things that allow the goo to kind of make a little imprint in the ground. And it's just kind of a passing flash of a memory. And you come back and your relic is burning. And it kind of has a heat to it, not in a harmful way, but in a way that sort of you and your deity of one mind, something you've seen before.
Is there anything of note in other than bones and flesh?
It looks like this area intentionally, you can even see, we'll lump that in with the other perception check, there's like light, like sort of difference in the coloration and dust on the floor. It looks like when he brought the goats down here, he might have moved stuff out to make room for them down here, like crates or something. There's nothing in this room right now besides the mass on the floor. It has been completely emptied out.
I don't think there's anything else we can learn down here.
Well, I walked up there with Graven. Having got a whiff of something familiar, can I get closer, get maybe a better smell? Or?
You can get closer. Again, there's nothing there concrete that you can latch onto. It feels as if it's just kind of out of reach of sort of...
Are the... hold on, give me 1 second. Sure. Are the... I'm going to take a look at the desecrated goats.
Sure.
Are the... I'm sorry.
What is going on?
He's looking through his backstory.
I assume there's some goat blood on the ground.
It's mixed in. It's a big puddly mixture.
Okay.
I mean, maybe. There's not like
Are
where
you
you can be like,
gonna
that's
put
good blood
weird
and nothing
shit
else.
in your mouth again?
Maybe.
Don't do that.
Sneaks up behind Graven.
So I can't. So I can't like because I know that the goats were like kind of like opened up. You said
They're like in a mass in this puddle. Yeah.
In that, can I make? Is there enough goat left to sort of see where the antlers or fingernails were of the goats, like the claws?
Fingernails with the goat.
You would have to
claws.
maybe pull the hoof.
Yeah, that's fine.
If you were to pull out like a bone, you might be able to see.
Yeah,
it.
I want to take a look and see if I.
You'd have to reach into the muck a little bit to do so.
Careful, Erland.
I'm gonna try it.
Give me a Constitution save.
Oh my god. Go
15.
15.
Hello. Can we
You
get
only
your
take 1 point of acid damage as you reach in, and it starts to burn at your skin a little bit, but you're able to kind of quickly pull it out. And you have a little bit of a bone and then like a hoof kind of hanging on the end, a little partial leg there.
Does the sensation of that constitute like having to
Sure,
steal
the
my
stinging
constitution?
sensation.
Is that akin to anything I felt at Blom or when I get to sepsis, or does it?
No, it felt more like when you busted one of the pustules.
Okay.
Yes. That distinctly did not feel.
So then I want to take a look at the
Yep.
goat hoof and see if there's any traces of like blackening of the fingernails.
Give me a perception check.
11.
11. It's possible. It's definitely. It doesn't look natural. It looks like it's been discolored in some way. It's hard to tell if that was before or after the Dolgons were like feasting on them. You don't know if it's like Dolgon muck that sort of stained it and dyed it. It's hard to tell.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start being right next to Graven. Is this what you remember?
I think so.
And it's at this moment you hear kind of a, "What's going on down there?"
Your goats are dead, sir.
That's all right. Anything else?
Like you suspected, the Dolgons were probably drawn here by your goats, and they seem to have been feeding on them. It was helping them regain their energy.
Smells like shit.
Yeah, it really does.
Well, come on back up.
Come on.
Orba's just gonna be sitting on top of one of the hay bales, resting.
Yeah, sitting there. You guys come back out of the barn, and you see Raz there, sort of ready.
Well, you were as good as your word. You got rid of him. You know, it's funny. I thought you might succeed.
He reaches into his pocket, and he has the rook already between 2 fingers. Gold, the emerald on top.
Not bad for less than a half hour's work.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to clean up in here. It's gonna take some extensive cleaning, I think. Anything else about what happened that you might want to tell me before I do that?
Where did these goats come from?
Like I said, I stole them, or maybe you weren't here when I explained it. I'm a moneylender. Someone failed to pay their debts for an extensive period of time. I took his goats. I didn't know they were tainted when I took them.
Whose goats were they?
Well, let me just get the name correct.
Thought I wrote it down.
Callum.
Cullen?
Avro?
Yep, Callum Avro. Oh, wait, no, that's not the guy. That's the guy who...
Boyd, right?
Bodie.
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 Callum was
Yes,
the other estate or guy looking
Yeah,
for estate close.
Bodie.
Yeah.
Bodie, a first name or a last name?
It's his first name.
What's his last name?
Thompson.
Thompson?
Yeah.
And where's this Bodie property?
Again, for the property or the man?
Or the property where the goats were? Is it nearby you? Is it?
Yeah, so
He explains where it is. It's right next to Stoddard Farms.
Yep. Yep.
It's
Yep.
the one... it is the one directly east of Stoddard Farms. That's sort of squarish one, like southeastish a little bit.
Oh, the sort of like two-part.
It was almost not the 2-part. The 2 is Stoddard Farms,
Oh, I see.
and then the directly to the right of that almost square one. That's Bodie's.
Okay.
Sorry. So if this is Stoddard Farms, this.
No, Stoddard Farm is those 2 land masses there with the separated road. Yep, and then just he's talking about.
So which one, Anthony? Can you point to it?
Yep.
So he's saying Stoddard Farm is both.
It's both of
these.
those.
Oh, I see.
And then
then
that's
this.
the one.
Oh, great. That's good.
And give me the name again. B-O.
D-I-E, Bodie Thompson.
There's just one more hay bale that we didn't look at. There's some kind of
Acid of some kind. It's like they
Pustules?
lay dormant or something that lay eggs. I would definitely get rid of it. I mean, it's easy enough to do.
He looks around at the mess of the barn. It's like the barn is not destroyed, but there's hay and like muck and acid everywhere, like pouring all over the floors. And he looks to the one kind of static remaining hay bale.
how did you look through them?
Well, honestly, it's probably better if I just and I kind of aim my
Sure.
arrow at, and I'm gonna try to
Steps
shoot
back
it.
and lets you do it. Sure. Make it.
Of course, what?
Now you perform.
16.
Is it a natural one? Then it is. Fires the arrow.
Well, okay, nothing there, I guess.
But
I can see the burning around a few of them. So.
Yeah, it was. I'd be careful. Watch your step. It's certainly corrosive.
I won't be cleaning this up until I can get some GV members.
Alright.
Do you need anything else?
No,
Well,
that was the job. You did the job. I appreciate it.
Thank
Your
you.
reward.
Appreciate it.
If we were to try and get into another district at this moment in time, how would we be able to make that happen?
Getting into the other district, that's borderline impossible. Getting a message to another district? Maybe. There's only a few people that can travel between. Broken Crown members, some of the City Watch, principals, and maybe some of the more important people of the Gentle Void or those associated.
Would you be
To
able
answer
to
your question directly, I don't think I'd be able to get you in.
Would you be able to get a message in.
I think we discussed this briefly before. Not for free.
Okay, I mean, look, it's my message. I'm happy to pay you.
Again, this is a big favor you're asking me for.
Fair enough. I don't know really what I have to offer other than gold, to be honest with you.
I don't know what you have either.
I mean, really, I really don't think I have anything to offer this guy.
Even without an insight check, he seems pretty
Like-
stubbornly set on. He's not going to do this for gold because it puts him at risk potentially to sort of put his connections to work for this. It's not like a simple exchange.
You can think about it and get back to me.
All right, I'll take you up on that. Okay. I'm sorry, I really don't know what I have to offer you. I'll think about it. I'll come back.
Do you know if Armand Valliard has been able to escape the sort of center district's precincts?
I don't know that for a fact, but if someone was able to, I imagine he could.
Yeah.
And you haven't seen him in the last couple days at all?
I'm not General Void, so I don't keep tabs on his whereabouts.
Does that seem true to me?
Sure. Insight check.
Specifically whether or not you've seen Armand.
Yep.
10.
As far as you can tell, yes.
Alright, well, thank you.
There's a young man named Travis a few hours from the city charging people 200 gold to get them into other districts. Does that name sound familiar to you?
No. It sounds like bullshit.
That's
Yeah,
what I
that
assumed.
was our interpretation as well.
I didn't know if he was a regular thorn in anyone's side that you knew of.
Don't even recognize the name.
Fair
Might
enough.
not be his name, really.
If I describe Travis to him,
Means nothing to me.
Must be a scam.
be careful. Even cleaning up the goats, be careful.
Yeah, truly.
Touching
I
them.
get some really thick gloves if you have.
Like I said, I'm not going to be cleaning this up myself. I'll get some people to do it.
Well, whoever does it should wear really thick gloves.
I'll make sure they know what happened.
Well, it was a pleasure doing business with you, sir.
You work fast, you work true. It's good enough for me.
Thank you. I appreciate you keeping your word.
one last thing. Where were the goats stored exactly on the Thompson property? Can you describe that? Was there a specific barn or pen that you pulled them
They
from?
were out in a sort of fenced-in area, pen, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Well, shall we go? I could use a rest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
He looks like he's closing up the bar now. He's gonna go clean it now. He's already. You guys start to walk away along the process.
What time is it roughly?
It's like the late afternoon. I think it's like 4 or 5 o'clock at this point.
Thank you all for enduring that. I know it wasn't easy.
I'm glad you got your piece.
Thank you.
We said we would.
Can I see it?
Of course.
I have a question, guys. What do we think about going over to investigate this Bodhi's house?
Try to reach to the screen. I mean, as you look at it, it's a beautiful. And not only is the piece just beautiful and clearly valuable, gold with the emerald on top. It seems like he, in particular, and Beezaura, you've seen a number of them at this point, has kept his pieces in pristine condition. It's shining. It looks perfectly clean, not dusty at all. It hasn't been sort of kept away.
Well, if he can't get us into any other districts, precincts, then I feel like this is the last. I think we should check out the Bodhi property.
Well, the reason I think we could check out the Bodhi property is...
It's not the Stoddard property, to be fair.
No, the reason... I mean...
I haven't said anything.
I thought you were about to express disdain for that idea.
I think that we know exactly why them coming from Bodhi was significant.
Do we think it was just the most toxic area that was holding the Mayans?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, is if we have an area where we know this is coming from, if there's a way that we could go and shut it down, does that give us...
I believe Jillian already shut it down. She exited from the Stoddard Farm teleportation circle. She said she made quite the mess.
So then
She
do we...
didn't say she shut it down. She said she killed a number of people. So
At the Stoddard farm.
yes, at the Stoddard.
So then do we rest and leave early in the morning for
I think that
Navikapura?
whatever damage she was able to do in her desire for us to lay low, as it were, would be to stay away from there.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is more for leverage, honestly. I figured if we found useful information and could bring it to a principal, then maybe a principal could carry a message for me. I just don't want Amon to think I've gone back on my word.
There are no principals in the 4th District. I'd already checked in with the 4th District principal, and he's at some meeting in the 1st or 2nd Precinct.
Well, I'm assuming if we found extremely valuable information, then ran it to the Broken Crown, they would get someone. But
you would have to probably tell someone the extremely valuable information, and knowing you, I don't think you're going to want to do that.
Blow the cover off of the entire MacLeod operation in the city on our own.
Yeah.
Right now.
No, I know.
Before we find some place to rest tonight.
We have the...
Oh, I got the barn for another night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Should we head back to discuss our route, or decide now?
Oh, yes, did
I
you?
purchased a map, yes, that will hopefully provide... there's a few options going north to Navikapura. Specifically, it doesn't provide any more information north of Navikapura, but the map maker was bizarrely out of town escorting someone personally, I don't know who, but...
To Navikapura?
To specifically escorting someone to Navikapura,
Who was
yes.
he escorting?
I was not able to find out. The son didn't know anything else. But I was able to purchase a map, and the boy said that if we needed a map further north, then we could perhaps purchase one in Navikapura, but this will get us there.
So we should take a look at the map and decide.
Did he say why anyone needed an escort? Whether it was
The son-
particularly more dangerous at the moment?
The son, I don't think, clarified that. I think
I mean,
that just
it could be someone-
someone with money hired him personally as an escort. The son didn't seem to know much about it, and frankly, he was a boy. I don't think he was... If he was withholding information from me, he's a very cheeky boy, but...
Cheeky boy. He didn't say which path that they were taking.
I don't believe I asked, but no.
Alright, well,
Okay.
let's take a look at the map.
Should we perhaps go back to the
To Crespo's? Maybe have some food and discuss a route?
Yes.
Okay.
Safira, at the prospect of being overcharged at Crespo's, kind of rolls her
It's
eyes.
okay,
as,
Safira. I'll not you.
I have a quick errand to run with the I wanted to try, and perhaps a bad idea, I'm not going to get into trouble, but I wanted to investigate the principal's house before we head back, so perhaps I'll just meet you there.
Do you want help?
No, I'm going to try and do it quietly. I'm not going to fight anyone, I just want to try and investigate around.
Okay.
Is there an amount of time that if you are gone for, we should
Can be concerned.
mount a rescue mission?
Yes, if this takes more than a couple hours, definitely mount a rescue mission, but
Hours.
I'll just meet you at Crespo's in a couple hours. Safira, actually, I'd like your help. This is going to be a stealth mission.
Can we take the map, Erland, so we can
Yes,
start
of course,
looking at
yes,
the
you can
map?
start looking. I'll take out the map and give them. Yes, I'll meet you at the shed in Crespo's.
I will say, as you look at the map, the two Antisuyu natives, it is a map specifically to Navikapura. You do know that looking at it, if you were to want to go to Dilasoon instead, which is sort of more to the northwest, can one of you hand me that? And I'll bring it up on the thing briefly. Sort of map here of the routes looks like that. The yellow route, the Lake Sonquo Road, as you pass up through the Stem Sea Prairie, which is number 4 on that, you can veer off to the sort of northwest. That would be sort of the most sort of common route to Dilasoon.
Oh, okay.
You don't necessarily know that because you're not from here, but they would know that.
And can I ask you a question?
Sure.
In order to get all my supplies back, do I need to go into town and do that? Or just...
So she gave you a week's worth of supplies.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting that. Okay,
So
great.
yes, you don't need to do it.
I just need to rest.
Well, as the two native to the continent, you could help me understand certain portions of the map and...
We can go over it, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right, we'll meet you back
Well-
at Crespo's in a couple hours then.
Be safe.
Please be safe.
Yes, nothing stupid, I promise.
We'll bring back some food for you.
And think about if you can give that man anything else.
Yeah, I know. I might have something I can give him. I'm just not sure I want to give it up.
Alright.
Where is the house that you're going to?
Oh, I'll explain where it is.
2 hours. 2 hours.
2 hours, yes. It's
Not in
number
Crespo's
5.
in 2 hours. I'm heading there.
That's fine, it's number 5. Yes.
All right.
And as the party starts to head back to the main sort of portion of the 4th precinct that isn't the farmland, that's where we're going to take a break.
Oh my gosh.
Battle completed, Dolgaunt's
That was
exterminated.
very spicy.
Limits pushed
Three
by.
pieces in my
That was one of our spicier combats in
That was
actual
3 hours, I
campaign
think,
mode.
because it was an hour and a half, almost an hour and a half
It was
last
a little,
week.
yeah, it was probably like 2.5 hours. Yeah.
That was really spicy
That
too.
was
There were a few moments
that was
where
a
one of us
huge nat.
really could have gone
that
down.
was a huge nat 20 on the bow shot. My goodness.
Yeah.
Useless
We'll be right back.
for
It's 2 hours.
So the view of it was
Spirit
spectacular.
coming in when it matters.
Yeah,
I mean, the
really,
bear
thank God.
smacked that guy
Yeah.
up real good.
Yeah, back-to-back turns.
And with that, we will take a little
My
break and we'll be
goodness.
back on the other side. Yes, please.
Way at the very start, I think. Oh, was it Z-Lash? Yes.
Z-Lash race.
Thank you.
If it wasn't, we still appreciate it.
And Tony Jabroni bidded, so thank you.
Thank you,
Bidded for
guys.
100. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll catch you on the other side. We'll see you then.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice little break. There was
yes, Somber777 gifted a sub to Akani Ordo. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Thank you, Summer, so much. We will be returning. Everybody's moving back from from Razpu's farm, back in the direction of the sort of major dwellings of the 4th Precinct. And we'll follow Erland and Safira first.
I wanted to let them get way ahead.
Well, I'm saying you separate.
That's what, okay. So, but I mean, pretty instantly
unreal.
upon walking, but I wanted to sort of
Sneaky, sneak.
Sure. I mean, yes, you've sufficiently separated.
No.
So then I'm gonna stomp Safira as I guess we've started walking. All right, I've bought us 2 hours if you want to go look at Stoddard Farm.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Or at least Bodhi's.
Don't get him.
I mean, honestly, I'm not sure I did. I think Graven made a good argument about not mucking everything up too much. I'd like to take a look. Do you think there's realistically a way we take a look without drawing attention to us?
There is a realistic way we at least look at is it Bodhi?
I don't really want to stick my head too far in the hole because I'm worried it's going to get chopped off, but...
There's a realistic way we look at Bodhi's farm without anything happening.
I mean...
Going into Stoddard Farm is probably dangerous, but I promised you I would help if you wanted it. We're leaving tomorrow. This is your 2-hour opportunity.
Okay, I mean, I guess what I'd like to do is poke around, leaving... I mean, I don't need to even go inside necessarily. I kind of just want to look at it.
To be clear, I don't think this is the best idea, nor do I actually want to do this. But I promised you that I would help if you wanted to look at Stoddard Farm.
Okay.
This is me helping.
I would also say, just to clarify what you were saying, you've now, on your way to Raz, as you walk by a number of properties, not those properties, but these like gray markers on your map, those are the whole property. So when you said like go inside, there might be like one little house, but that's the whole piece of land. So
yes, we could look at the goat pen and not
you could easily because there's like all these little dirt paths running between the properties. Yes.
Okay, how about this? We take a walk around, we just take a look at the goat pen where we know they were stored. Just literally take a look, and I don't want to do anything more than that. I just want to see if there's anything that immediately draws our attention.
All right. I'll follow your lead.
Okay, I'm going to start walking sort of,
So you start to look for, like you saw with Razpu, there's like these little wooden posts that have, the names and directions for, like loose directions for the different properties.
Yeah.
And you sort of, each time you see one as it's passing along your right, you make a note of them. You look down them, you go to one, you go to another. You find a post that has a number of names written on it, and 2 of the names are the ones you're looking for. You do see some other ones, Josephine, Farouk, Villar, and you do see Stoddard, and you do see Thompson. Both on this sign, and they have, you know where it is, but directions.
Was it Josephine, Farouk, and...
Josephine, Farouk, and... Farouk, sorry, and... What was the third one I had? Tyson? Was that the third one I said? I think I said a third one. I have a list, but I can't.
Tyson chicken nuggets?
I think it was Tyson. We'll say it was Tyson. Josephine, Farouk.
Tyson.
Oh, Villar, that's what it was. Sorry, it was not Tyson. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, fuck the chicken.
That's some other name.
To the Bodhi property then, yes?
Yeah.
All right.
Move along. It takes a little while. Things pass you on the side. It's pretty serene and unremarkable for the most part. You see a number of sheep in one pen. Some people are growing crops, some sort of fields of wheat and corn that you pass by. And you make your way, and you start to get to where you believe the property to be. You've passed by a couple of the other ones. And already from a distance, you can see some people on horseback. And they're not on horseback like in the field sort of working. It looks like there's a couple people on horseback slowly moving around the perimeter of Thompson Properties.
Okay.
They're not armored or anything immediately visible, but like clearly not on the actual working the property. They're riding around the perimeter.
Alright, look. Can I recognize like the regalia of any of them?
They're definitely not wearing any like
they look
very
like
visible. Yeah.
Okay, so do they look like they could have just been like extra hired like I don't know. Okay.
Maybe.
Look, if there are people here and they're armed, I don't think this is worth it, to be honest. What I did have a thought that this guy, Bodhi, he's in some serious debt to Razpu, that could be good leverage for us. If we wanted to try to get a message to him, maybe even lie, so that we could help relieve him of his debt, he might be able to give us some information about what he gave these goats and who he got it from.
I'm inclined. There's no way. Those guys aren't near us.
No,
right?
they're not near you. I would also say, did Beezaura relay? I think she relayed the information. Bodhi is supposedly not here.
I don't think she did. Okay. And I don't think that Raz... Did you say that Bodhi wasn't there?
I think Raz also said there that he fled.
Did I think Raz said.
I think you guys know that supposedly Bodhi is not here at his property.
Well, look, obviously, if he's not here, we can't just knock on his door. We wouldn't want to do that now anyway. But we can't obviously look at his property right now. That would be ridiculous, so...
Well, I think the most likely scenario is that if Stoddard Farm is the pocket, then it seems to me that would be the highest concentration of the miasma property.
Right, but
or in the water supply
I'm
of some
sure that's
sort.
true. What I think is that we could probably glean some useful insider information if we talked to this guy, and now we have now we know that he's in debt. Now we have a point of leverage.
Another potential, given that his property is surrounded, I think there is at least a decent chance that Bodhi Thompson is dead.
What makes you say that?
Because he can't be found. We know that because he's out of town. We don't. I mean, all we know is that he's not here, and and his debts are not being paid.
Well, I suppose that's true.
There's a chance that he knew too much. There's a chance that he, no longer exists.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Looking, because I assume we can see the Stoddard property and the Thompson property from this vantage point.
Yep.
Is are the guys circling just around Bodhi, or also around Stoddard?
Is there a way to make ourselves inconspicuous and hang out?
You'd be kind of hanging out next to someone's fence on their property. I mean, it's pretty open. You can see from a far distance away. Wouldn't necessarily be suspicious, but
so it's but it's the kind of thing where if we saw people coming, we can kind of start to meander and look like we're taking a walk,
sure.
sort of, know. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's wait for a moment, see where they go. I'm just, if they start coming towards us, we'll just meander and make like we're walking. We're taking an evening stroll back to, I don't know, wherever.
All right.
You wait for about 10-15 minutes. He's riding very, very slowly and methodically.
Well, it's only one guy.
That's closest to you.
Close.
It looked like there wasn't the closest guy to you. He turns at the edge of the property, and he gets to that point where, there's a dirt road to his left that would be just the Thompson property, and he continues to ride straight. He looks like he is at least surveying both properties.
All right.
Yeah, look.
And you can see on the far side another rider in the distance, maybe making his way on the other side.
So there are 2 riders in total?
That you've seen so far, yeah.
Well, the hopeful way to look at this is, maybe these are undercover, I don't know, maybe these are people who are trying to help stop the outbreak in Mukmu. Maybe they've figured out that this is the source. Maybe these are, they're not dressed in any regalia, but some kind of authorities. Or alternatively, and, worse, these are, gentle void or,
So what do you want to do? You wanted to look at Stoddard Farm?
Nothing. I don't want to do anything more than this.
Great.
I don't think we can.
And let's go back to Crespo's.
Okay.
Guys, take one last look, just sort of getting the view of it. And again, as you look over past the Thompson property towards Stoddard Farms, it really has this mask of serenity. First of all, there's no sign that there's been people killed here. There isn't it's been a couple days, so it might be cleaned up at this point, but you see a couple of large barns. It looks quite beautiful actually from a distance. You don't see any nefarious looking activity happening. You turn your back, start to walk in the opposite direction. The 3 of you make your way over to Crespo's tavern. Are you going into the tavern or are you going to the shed?
Would you all like some food?
Sure. Let's go.
Alright.
Should we grab some for the others for when they come back?
Yeah, we don't know when they'll be, so don't want to get cold.
Go in a little bit. Looks like there's 3 or 4 people there. Crespo gives you a warm smile as you enter in.
Crespo, what you got tonight?
Oh, same thing as we always do.
Great. Do we get a returning customer's discount?
Oh, no.
So it was the 2 silver I paid last night?
Yes, a helping of stew and a little bit of bread. 2 silver per person.
My treat. For all of us.
6 silver then. And you go and
Thank you, Beezaura.
stew. There's a hunk of bread for each of you. The bread at least looks pretty good. It's warm, sort of soft.
You almost
Exactly
died.
how many silver I got.
You guys sit again, like the chairs are uneven. They look like they've been taken from different places, but you're all sort of around this small table here.
Here's the big one, Graven.
It has one armrest and the other one's broken.
Just get comfortable on it. It's warm.
Right. So, map. Navigapora.
Yes. He gave it to us, right?
Erland gave it.
Yeah. So there are 4 different routes.
Okay.
Some take a little bit longer. Some have a little more obstacles, I would say, possibly.
And some have larger and smaller settlements that we may stop at.
What's fastest?
There are 2 faster ones, but at least one of them could come with dangerous wildlife and...
Bad climate changes.
yes.
But it's fast.
Only by maybe a day or...
Yes, maybe a day or 2, but I also would like to be expedient about it, and I don't know, there's nothing I really have of interest along the way. Is there anything that stands out to you that you would want to make a stop at? I think we would want maybe even small settlements in case we do want to refuel in some way.
Right. Is there a small settlement on the fast one?
Not really. I mean, I'm sure there are people that live along there, but we may not find any kind of
Along the
shops.
fastest route?
Yeah. Nothing.
You might see some people making
popular.
camp or something, but that's a pretty barren route.
It's quite barren. I think we should maybe think about the second quickest one.
I agree.
You want the second fastest?
Well, it just seems to be more settlements and just a little less dangerous.
Okay. Anything that you can accomplish on the trail, or?
I don't think so.
Okay, so...
Is one of the things on your list Nolan's Woods, or is it
Yes.
In order to get even close to that, you'd be taking the yellow trail, the longest trail.
Oh. That's not gonna work out for me.
Nolan's Woods is... That's the one that's like center, right? Isn't it pretty close to Dillison?
It's south of Dillison by a good bit, but yeah, you'd have to veer further off to the west to get to Nolan's Woods, yeah.
Well,
Like if you get past Katil, it's even further up.
there is one area, but it's in the longest route, and I know that's not really ideal for many
What
of
is
us.
the area, if I can ask?
Nolan's Woods, around there.
Oh, we've heard of Nolan's Woods, yes? That was where one of the creatures was? Am I not remembering that properly?
I think you
Oh, no, you are.
Oh, yeah.
From the list that
From
you
the
got
list
from-
of the Goliath, that was where one of the bounties is.
Is that the one that he checked off the list?
I cannot recall.
Do you still have that list?
Back to
I do not think that was checked off. The checked off one was up north. The
I believe we
Chul-
tore that one off, actually.
Oh, it's back here.
I definitely have it.
Too many notes.
I have a lot of parchment.
That thing's...
Sorry.
Well, I know, bounty work is hard to come by sometimes, so if that needs to be...
Got it.
That is the one that is not marked, actually.
It's the Bodak.
Yes.
It is the longest route. What is the time difference between second quickest and longest?
Another day or 2.
That's it?
Like 2 or 3 days, yeah,
Oh.
possibly.
Could be
I mean,
as
the
little
sh-
as one day, but
Yeah.
But between the shortest and that one, it's about 2 or 3 days.
That also doesn't even get you quite to Nolan's Woods. That's
Oh, you
Nolan's
have to
Woods
make
is
a...
still a decent bit further west from that.
it were me, I would skip it.
Well,
All right.
The other two seemed open to most anything, but who knows, they might have some goal along here.
Well, I trust your evaluation that the second fastest is better than the fastest, even though I like to be fast.
I know, it could be a little more...
safe.
I understand.
And I still have 3 more options. And the biggest one is not until further.
Options?
To get pieces.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
But all in the north.
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's exciting. Are there people in the Vikapora?
There's one. Yes.
I'm curious as to what the name is, but you do not need to share it.
Well,
You don't have
to you.
if it's just us, I'd appreciate that. Senka Uberti.
What's the name?
Senka. Senka. Uberti.
Uberti, but yeah,
Uberti.
Senka Uberti.
Does that sound familiar?
Does not sound familiar either.
Does not ring a bell to me, I'm sorry.
Unfamiliar.
It's alright. Just have to do some searching once we get there.
Of course.
So, are we all vouching for the Ackley Grove Road?
Aquili?
The second fastest.
Yes.
Okay, it's called the
Ackley Grove Road.
Ackley Grove Road.
The Ackley is the name of the river, so the Ackley River, and then the Ackley Grove is just the grove that grows on the river.
And the estimated time on it?
A little less than a week.
Okay. Alright. No Vikapor so far.
I know. Listen, maybe something that they've come up with on their little jaunt here may enlighten us further to what might be the best road, but I would suggest that one.
Me
Okay.
too.
Alright, well, I'm happy that we feel good about this. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. We have a route to the Vikapora!
Yes.
We're going.
Between the 3 of us.
We got it.
At least.
That's true.
We're practically there.
Maybe don't get too attached to it, but yes, that is
Soon enough, Orba. Soon enough.
our first inclination.
Okay.
And the
Should
door
we finish
opens.
up?
Someone walks through the door. Someone that Graven recognizes from earlier today. He's wearing black and purple. Looks like the man that you turned in the contract to, the ring contract to. The man who was sitting at the table there. And he's holding, instead of like helmet on head, he has it off and he's sort of holding in his hand, underneath his arm, a little less.
Same guy that we talked to as well.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know if you know that, but yes, it's the same person. Yeah. And he comes in and he immediately sort of looks around a little bit and he catches your eyes. And he looks at you. Excuse me. Do you mind if I have a word? I asked around about where you might be. I hope you don't mind.
Is it not something that you can say in the presence of my companions?
I don't know. I was respecting your privacy more so than mine.
What is this about?
You had inquired about additional available contracts.
Yes.
Do you mind if we speak outside?
Is everything okay?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
What's your name?
Deputy Dahlman.
Okay.
It's okay.
Be careful, Grady.
Okay.
This isn't official Broken Crown.
Alright.
I'm following around. Sure.
Is there a window where they're going?
There is a window outside of Crespos. You could kind of push your face up against it and see them out there.
Or was gonna do that.
Sure. And he takes his helmet and there's a little post there and he kind of sets it on the post. He crosses his arms. As I said, you had inquired about additional contracts after receiving your bounty for the cursed ring. I had told you that due to the lockdown, no new contracts are being issued.
Yes.
Well, that works both ways. We're also not authorized to accept any new requests on behalf of the citizens of Tuktu at this time. Because of these rules, the Broken Crown cannot officially facilitate any exchange of money for services. But there's someone who's been checking in with us rather frequently. Multiple times a day he'll come to ask where he can file for a new contract. And multiple times a day we turn him away. Full disclosure, I also know him personally. My wife's brother's guardian's son. It's not important. It reflects poorly on me to have someone coming to our offices each day asking for special treatment because we're on friendly terms. Since you're only one of a small handful of people who've successfully turned in a contract recently, and you asked about more, I thought if you wanted to, I could put you two in touch. No obligation. Just... it would get him off my back and perhaps a bit of coin in your pocket.
What does he want?
I can allow you to speak with him. And he looks over, and like across the street a little bit,
Jesus.
There's a human man who's in kind of like, he's not in like poor clothes, but he's kind of got a jacket over a button shirt, a little like extra layers, and he's kind of puff himself up a little bit, and he's got like a simple little cap on his head, and he kind of looks up and over in your direction, and you can see Dahlman sort of not wave him over yet, but he like looks over in that direction. That man there. Perhaps he could explain it to you better than I could.
This isn't something that you could have just helped him with as a friend.
No. Like I said, that would reflect quite poorly on me. The Broken Crown right now is working 24 hours. We are required, if not stationed, to be in one of the barracks. If I were to go on an errand of this personal nature, that could get me in trouble.
I see the Broken Crown has been spread pretty thin here recently.
It has.
I'll speak to him.
I will remind you that this is not an official contract. The Broken Crown in no way makes guarantees to your payment or stands as an intermediary in negotiation. But he wanted to make it an official contract, and I understand that he's come into some money from a family member passing away. So I assume he has some funds available.
He's good for it.
I believe so. He's a good man. He's just persistent.
Right. Very well.
And he waves over to him. The man quickly kind of comes over, takes a few steps. Azu, this is...
Graven.
Graven, this is Azu. I will leave you two to it to discuss your independent business. He turns over. And the man watches the dog and goes away.
First of all, no promises. I will hear your request.
Yes, of course. So you want some kind of bounty hunter?
Yes.
No need to faff about. Look, let me tell you what I've got, and you can tell me if it interests you. I'd rather do this through the BC, but my window of opportunity is getting smaller. Joseph says you took on a contract that had some magic about it, so maybe you're the man I'm looking for. Are you traveling with others or alone?
There are others.
And he seems to perk up at that a little bit. How many?
Enough.
Well, we'll see about that. It's not so much the strength of numbers as the quantity of numbers. Let me explain. My dad passed away recently. It's very sad. I'm very broken up about it, but I'm not going to get into that now. The only thing that I didn't like about my dad was that he was in this sort of cult. And now, before you say anything, I know what you're thinking, because when bounty hunters hear the word cult, they think about chanting and ritual.
Name the cult.
They call themselves the Stalwart. Never heard of it before.
I was gonna,
No, it's nothing like that. No blood sacrifices, dark magic, nothing like that. Just a group of grumpy old men who like to get together and complain about politics. I think they fancied themselves sort of an up-and-coming light whistle estate club, only with a handful of members, a fraction of the wealth, and absolutely no power whatsoever.
Just based here.
Yes. In any case, they got very into the whole identity of it. They called themselves the Stalwart, like I said. It's a name for their little club. They dress in all the same robes, and They use made-up words to say hello to each other, and they'd sort of have these little meetings in a private room at the back of my father's house. This is what I need you for. My father left me everything in his will. His house, everything that comes with it. And I can show it to you. It's signed by the officers of Principal Thomas. But the 4 other heads of the stalwart, the 4 other old men that he would meet with all the time, they're claiming that his most valuable possessions are actually property of the club, because he kept them in a little secret storeroom, which again is attached to my father's, now my house. This is of course absurd, and I'd like to get my things. The other stalwart men are currently on their way back from a trip they took to Tuktu, and when they return, they'll likely remove my father's valuables, put them somewhere else so I can't get them. Before that happens, I need to get into that storeroom. The storeroom has a kind of magic lock, and it's only opened by some sort of code that they have. I've been at my father's house when they've done it before. They sort of stand at these podiums and they wave their arms about. They're very quiet. It's very weird. It's very strange. And I found buried in my father's study instructions for solving the lock. But it requires 5 people, since there were 5 heads of the stalwart. So I need 4 others, or 5. If I'd actually prefer 5, because then I wouldn't have to be a part of it. And see, I don't know what happens if you fail. It could be dangerous. So I didn't just want to ask for my friends to go there and stand there and figure out this lock.
Were any of these 5 magic users? I have no idea.
I don't know.
Do you have the instructions on you?
They're at my father's house, which is where I would take you to take a look.
What generally were the instructions?
So there's these, like I said, there's this little meeting room in the back of the house. And there's these sort of podiums, and they would stand at the podiums and do these sort of gestures. And at some point, there's a little book in front of them. They would turn the pages of the book, and after a little while, the back wall would slide open, and there's a storeroom back there.
And you found no other way of opening this door?
It's very, very solidly constructed. I would have to literally smash the house apart. Which I'm not opposed to doing if I have no other choice.
Is there any kind of inscription on the actual door? Like, I'm going to describe a glyph of warding to him.
Sure, you do.
And
it doesn't sound like that. No, I don't believe there's any writing or sigils of any kind.
Nowhere else in the room? On the floor, maybe?
You could take a look.
How far is your house?
Oh, it's not far. He describes the location of it. It's not one of the numbers, but he's very close to... It's very close to Frank Sobel's place, which was number 8. It's like just north of Frank Sobel's place. Okay. So it's not terribly far.
Oh, yeah.
What is in this room?
Some valuables, like I said, some pieces of jewelry, and my father was a collector of fine daggers. I believe they're all in there.
Why do they believe it's theirs other than that they were in this group with him?
Because they all belong to this insular group, and they believe that all of these things were property of the group.
Did anyone else keep items hidden away in their homes, or just your father's?
There might be some of their items as well.
So some of the items might belong to those other people?
Yes, I don't plan to take those items. Just want my father's things.
You would know?
I know what my father's things are, yes.
What kind of items are in there?
As I said, a couple pieces of jewelry and a rack of fine daggers that he collected over his lifetime.
Anything magical?
I don't know.
How much gold are you willing to pay?
I'd be willing to pay 20 gold per person, which for a job that takes under an hour, that's at least 80 gold, 100 if there's 5 of you. You can sense your sort of trepidation a little bit. In addition, if everything goes smooth and there isn't some kind of screw-up that causes damage to the house, I'm willing to throw in something extra.
Like?
I'd give you a choice between 2 things. One is a gentle void favor that I got a number of years ago. It's a low favor, I'm not going to oversell it, but they can come in handy for travelers, merchants who have to deal with the GV. The other one is a very nice set of studded leather barding for a horse. Horse armor, barding for a horse. I did a solid for Frank Sobel some time ago, and he gifted it to me, but I don't use it much, so I'd be willing to part with it.
And if something were to go wrong, and your house would be destroyed...
The 20 gold per person would be guaranteed.
But we wouldn't be liable for your home in any way.
No, as I said, if I can't get into the home, I'll probably be smashing down the walls anyway.
Look, let me speak to my companions.
Okay, I'll wait here.
I'll come to you.
Oh my god, this guy.
All right.
I know where you live.
That's my father's place, but I'll meet you there.
Where do you live?
He describes where he lives. He lives very close to the Langles. What's his name? Harvest, Slangeater. Yes. Yeah, he lives just south of Harvest.
Oh, you can
wow,
stop at
he's
his
way
place
up
on the way
there.
there.
That's his home.
Right.
But
and
he's telling you to go to his dad's.
Beg us again for the rain. Please.
I've been
85 gold.
cleaning up and taking things out of my father's home, so that's where I will be.
You will. That's where you'll be. You won't be here on.
If you wish for me not to stand here and wait.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Perhaps not tonight, but perhaps tomorrow morning.
All right. Sooner would be better. I don't know when they're coming back from Katil.
Katil is not close.
No, but I don't know how long they've been traveling for.
Perhaps.
Okay. I might ask some others, but take your time. Think about it.
Who?
Others?
Don't ask anybody else yet.
Maybe I stand here then.
I need time. Not all of my companions are here right now.
Maybe I'll have a drink at Crespo's.
Fine, you can ask some other people.
All right. I'll see you at my father's if you decide.
Yes.
This guy has balls. Can you imagine a Goliath just
Staring you down.
Dalton said he was persistent. He marches away.
20 gold apiece.
And that's as much as the base guarantee for the chest contract.
That's true.
It sounds less worth per
Yeah,
person.
when it's divided
Yeah,
already.
that's true. That's
but
true.
it's 100 gold
And
for
it's-
minimum, or
And
full
a
5
gentle void favor would be tasty.
Yeah.
All right, can I go back inside?
You start to head back in. Erland and Safira have made their way mostly back.
Say, how long has it been roughly?
It took you guys maybe 30 minutes to poke around the thing, and then another, 20-ish minutes, 20, 30 minutes to get back. Yeah, so to come through.
Do I maybe see them coming up as I?
No, you enter back through, and in fact, as Erland and Safira are approaching, you haven't quite got to Crespo's yet. And what you do see is the man of the broken crown, purple and black, helmet in hand, walking along for a moment through the streets. And he's walking away from the direction of Crespo's tavern. And he sort of is moving along. And he sees you sort of coming in from his right as he's moving this way. And he thinks for a moment. And he starts to walk toward you. And he gets up to the room. Hello.
Hi.
We spoke a couple of times.
Yeah.
I have something to say. I don't know if you want to do so in the company of no offense.
Would you mind just a moment? You do the same.
Safira
Just a moment, you can just...
She's taking her time with the walk too. Like she's slowly backing away.
They'll just go on a secret little mission. And
Yeah, but what
Okay.
okay.
I actually, I wanted to find you because of something that you said, that the Broken Crown is highly encouraged to keep track of information as it pertains to the sickness that is spread throughout the city. I mentioned that the name Jaw Hutton sounded familiar to me, but I didn't know exactly who it was. But I remembered why. There's a small list of healers, medics, and herbalists that the principals of Tuktu have approved for supervised travel between the precincts to look in on those who have been sick, outbreaks of symptoms, things like that. I'm not in charge of medical personnel, so I don't know. I don't have the list memorized, but I realized that's where I'd recently seen the name. I was following up to ask if the reason that you were seeking him out was because you or someone you know has been exhibiting symptoms of sickness.
Unfortunately, I had met, not a close friend, but a sort of distant friend I'd met, was sick, and I thought because I'd heard of Jarhoughton from other towns that, perhaps he would be useful.
A friend who's a citizen of Tuktu.
I don't know, I only... I'll have to try and find them again. It was...
But they're staying here in Tuktu.
Last I spoke to them, yes.
Well, if you were to get this person's name, or if you wish to see Jarhoughton about this sickness, I would describe the symptoms, write them down, bring them to the Broken Crown, and it's possible they may be able to get Jarhoughton to you.
Do you know where Jarhoughton... Oh, so you're saying that you would sort of communicate and he would then...
Yes, the principals have approved them to be escorted between the precincts.
All right.
Can you describe the symptoms to me now?
Yes, I believe I can. There's sort of, some, give me a second just so I'm sure about this. And I don't do something wrong.
Yeah.
Where is it? Oh, I'm sorry.
You need Orba's notes?
Yeah, potentially. I have those printed off.
I have them right here.
Right here
Very
too.
helpful.
Sort of, this is going straight to John? Well, you would write it down, but then it would go straight to John. Oh, okay, alright.
I don't have a direct line on John.
It's
Sorry, do you know the symptoms, but you're not willing to tell me because it's going through the Broken Crown?
No, I want haste, is what I was asking. Blurred vision is sort of primarily, seems to be one of the other ones. A deep lethargy, strangely colored fingernails. Those are the primary ones, yes.
All right, I'll get that information. And again, you don't know the person's name, so they asked you to...
They asked me to... how quickly could y'all get here?
I suppose tonight or tomorrow morning if they thought it was serious.
Tonight, all right.
I can't guarantee that. I'm just saying that...
Yes, of course. I will... I'm staying at Crespo's, so at the very least I'll be there, but I'll try and bring my friend to Crespo's as well.
All right. I would keep your friend away from large crowds.
Do they believe it? Okay, all right.
We don't know for certain how
all right.
contagious it is or is not.
Then I'll be at Crespo's, and then we can keep appropriate distance if Jar is able to arrive.
But you know where to find this person.
I'm going to find him now that you've told me this.
All right. I will say, and not to alarm you, if Jarhoughton arrives with his escort and the man is nowhere to be found, and you've essentially wasted his time, that will reflect poorly on you.
I understand.
All right.
All right.
All right, I'll get that to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Walks the other way. And you see them separate. Yep, come back.
Everything okay?
No.
What happened?
We might need to spend some more time in Tuktu.
What? Why?
Just tonight we might need to
What happened? What did he say to you?
He said, please don't please ruin.
I'm probably going to have to tell this to the whole group. Can we just do this inside the barn?
Okay.
You guys make your way back to Crespo's. There's only a couple blocks back to Crespo's. You enter in and you see them sitting around the table. They have the map out on the table. It seems like they're kind of just briefly discussing. There was a moment before they arrived if you wanted to talk to them about what happened, or did you want to wait and talk about it with the group?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. There was probably 5-10 minutes before they arrived.
Are you alright?
Yes.
What's it he want?
The original man works for the Broken Crown, and right now, as they are spread thin, as the city is locked down, there are no new bounties, no new contracts. But he has a family, whatever, who had a job, who wanted to create a contract but was not allowed. And so, he has a task that we may or may not be able to perform tonight or tomorrow. that could earn us up to 100 gold and possibly a gentle void favor. And what's the last thing?
Horse barding?
Some horse armor.
Oh. That sounds fancy.
The only thing is I truly don't know how dangerous it could be.
Alright.
Well,
Perhaps I'll describe it when the other two arrive, but basically he has a locked chamber, a secret chamber in his house that now that his father has passed, he doesn't know how to get into it. He has some vague instructions, and he doesn't know how easy or dangerous it is to open, but he wants 5 individuals to attempt it.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
we definitely have the team ready.
I suppose.
Could this be a short rest? Or is our talking to...
I'm gonna say no. Planning is sort of pushes it out of short rest.
I think if we take on something else before we leave, we need to rest first.
Yes, and I told him he's going to look for other people to help, but I told him we would just show up either tonight or tomorrow morning to attempt it, perhaps. So.
Should we let him know ahead of time, like tonight, that we're planning on doing it if we are?
All right. I mean, I could probably be up to it if I took a short rest. I don't know if I need a whole night's sleep.
I would probably need a whole night's sleep.
Okay. Well, we'll decide when the rest of the group gets here, I
I'll
guess.
explain it again probably when they get here.
So, and after a little bit, we'll start to go back to discussion about the map and Erland and Safira.
Welcome back.
Hello. So, any progress
Any luck?
on... No, I tried to climb the building and startled a guard, so ran off.
Did they see you?
Maybe saw me leaving, but no, didn't see
no,
me.
it's so...
All right.
Does this sound true?
I'm gonna say that you.
I was thinking about asking, but there's no reason for us to really.
Not
So
many
that did
details,
happen.
but interesting.
So, do they have the map out on the table, basically?
Yeah, they were looking.
So you've had a moment with the map, then?
Yes.
Yes, and
What are you thinking?
Well, unless either of you have anything you just are dying to do on the way,
No.
we think one of the more direct routes, perhaps the Ackley Grove Road.
The Ackley Grove Road appealed to me as well, actually. My only fear with the Ackley Grove Road is the somewhat unpredictable timeline of going through the grove itself. It's a 6 days journey, roughly, but if we get lost within the grove, that could add a sort of undefined amount of time, and I worry about that. I don't like variables right now. I would also like to travel quickly. So for that reason, I agree the Ackley Grove is certainly interesting. The Eastern Coast Road was appealing only because it keeps us out of the South Central politics. And given that we are wanted, or at least, well, wanted.
Are we wanted?
Well, given that, we're supposed to be keeping a low profile,
I see what you mean.
that is a guaranteed 7 days travel, roughly.
Also, for what it's worth, there are lots of sort of places,
Around there to rest safely.
where we can safely rest, eat.
I don't like the Gentle Void presence towards the Ackley River, I assume, is the southern part of the Ackley Grove there, yeah?
Yeah, like that.
So
There's
number
a settlement
two-ish,
listed
yeah,
there
yeah.
too. Yeah.
I don't love the presence of Gentle Void there, but given that, we're trying to avoid them as well, but unless we find a high-ranking member, which would seem sort of strange out in a grove, that seems to not be a problem.
I would prefer not to run into any Gentle Void, Erland.
Well, didn't you
that makes sense to me.
just get information and use from the Gentle Void? Aren't you actively working with the Gentle Void right now?
They knew the Gentle Void. They weren't exactly Gentle Void themselves.
So you're still actively being pursued by the Gentle Void right now?
Yes, I
That's
feel
sort of
haunted
thing
and being
doesn't
used.
No, I
by the Gentle Void.
agree. That is my only fear with that area. I like that there are settlements. I like that we stay out of the South Central politics, and getting lost in the grove worries me. But if you especially either natives to Antisuyu or a ranger feel comfortable getting us through the grove, of course.
I'm not incredibly familiar with the
That's
area.
mountainous terrain. Am I like that? I would be an expert in that kind of terrain.
Forest, I think.
Forester? No.
An expert? No. I mean.
Well, no, I
you're
have
again not-
advantage. It's like the
You have mountain
when I'm in the mountains. I have.
Yes, you definitely don't have that for the forest, if that's what you mean. Isn't that
I
what you're
just didn't
asking?
know if it was a mountainous route, but I
No,
guess it's not. Okay.
It is a forest.
Tis forest. Okay, never mind.
I just think
I'm useless.
the Grove Road is
It's
the
quick
best
enough.
choice.
It's quick enough, but also not
As dangerous.
as dangerous.
Not overtly dangerous, yes, it's the Midland.
I think it's a good balance between.
We have to be careful in that grove. We can't have another incident like the last sip where we were wandering around for an extra day.
I mean, that's
I'm fine with. To be clear, I think Ackley Grove is good.
and
just
the problem with the most direct route is obviously that it's
extraordinarily
dangerous.
dangerous.
Yeah.
I like Ackley Grove. Then, if we're very afraid of the Gentle Void, I like Ackley Grove.
I mean, yeah, obviously, Beezaura. If we want to avoid the Gentle Void, then that's not the route we should take.
Unless Tiefling, are you worried about speed?
I just want to get there is all.
I feel the same.
I think if we just power through. And
If we did decide to do the sprint, we'd have to make sure we were prepared. I mean, we'd have to really gear up for it because the climate's unpredictable. I mean, there could be some beasts that we could encounter that could be... I mean, the other thing that we do have to consider is if taking the most direct route, we could still be waylaid by needing to rest more,
Yes.
by getting into combat constantly. I
I
mean,
think we're all in agreement.
I like Ackley
no one's
Grove,
really
yes.
disagreeing.
Right.
I
I like
know
Ackley
Orba
Grove.
wants to get there as quick as possible,
But I recognize that there's many downsides, so I trust.
Can we leave in the morning? A rest would be good.
Yes.
didn't you have something?
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
well,
Sorry if you can hear the construction happening.
What were you saying, Safira?
Oh, you someone ran into you. You had something that...
One of the Gentle Void, one of the Broken Crown.
Wrong thing.
big
One of the
difference.
Yeah.
the sort of gentleman who was collecting contracts
Yes.
approached.
Yes. I spoke with him, but go on.
Oh.
Someone I'm looking for in Tuktu might be able to meet with me this evening, which would be exciting. And additionally, I also need to rest for a long period of time after that battle.
Who?
He's a local healer that Blom suggested I talk to.
Okay.
What is his name?
Jar.
How would you meet with him?
Well, that's he's apparently going to come to me.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
okay. It's convenient.
Are you ill?
Potentially.
Potentially.
I'm not sure. That's why Blom suggested I speak with him.
Does it have to do with your skin turning into wood?
It does, Goliath.
Would you like it to not turn into wood anymore?
Seems...
I don't know. That's why I need to speak with him.
Well, that seems like an important conversation.
Especially if we already have to spend the night. Because I would like to spend the night in order to rest. I don't know how
Yes.
you are all doing.
Okay.
Especially, I don't want to. If he doesn't show up by the morning, then I think we should just leave anyways. It's not quite that important.
The conversation that I had with the Broken Crown man, and he has a name, I suppose. Dolman? Dolman. He, because when I asked earlier about new contracts, he was not able to. The Broken Crown are not taking on new ones nor giving them out.
Right, because of the lockdown.
Exactly. He did have a lead on somebody who wanted to create a contract. And so, we have a possible 100 gold, Gentle Void favor, and horse armor waiting for us here in the city, yes. But the problem is that I don't know how dangerous the task is.
What is
it
it?
does
Do you know what it
require
is?
5 people.
It's 5 people.
well.
He wants to open a door in his deceased father's home. He has instructions. I know it's very vague. It could be magical in nature, maybe not, but there was a...
Could it be like a puzzle?
It might be like a puzzle, yes.
Well, I mean...
Give me a
if
perception
it's-
check, Graven. Go ahead. Just go ahead.
You see, like outside the windows.
10.
10. Okay.
I'm gonna say the guy's like out. He's like, I didn't leave. I knew he would do it.
Well, we have nothing to do for the rest of the day. If we are sleeping here, I would need to take a brief rest before we do anything that potentially involves combat. But
me too.
I would be willing to.
The sooner we do it, the less people will be around.
No, then I would. Yes. I mean, if we're spending the night already, why not?
You're up for trying it?
Yes.
Puzzle.
Do it tonight.
I don't.
Do it now. Why not?
Really?
Didn't you want a short rest?
Well, just rest for 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
I think we should.
Closer to an hour.
In an hour.
It's about 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's fine.
I say
We're in
we
good enough shape
regroup.
to be able to,
Yeah.
If I rest briefly, yeah.
You'd be more up to it,
Are we sure that this is not going to be, combat related? I mean, I think
don't
if
know.
because just
The way he described it, it's a room with a hidden chamber. He knows what's in the chamber, supposedly, just items.
and it's a puzzle of some sort.
I don't know what it is. He has instructions.
Sounds like he doesn't have a lot of information.
We don't make him any promises. We go look at it. If it looks like something that's absolutely, ridiculous, then we'll walk away. But
I want to try.
And if we explode the house, then we get 100 gold and not the other things.
That sounds great. Let's go do it.
Right? Is that the idea of it?
He said he would give me that as long as he still was able to access them. If you blow up but the room isn't accessed, then you don't get anything.
Okay.
But if the wall just blows up and he's able to access the room, you can still get the gold.
All right,
That's
well,
what he said.
If maybe we take a breather in the shed for an hour, and then we can make our way down there. It's I'll describe.
Yeah.
Just north of Frank Sobel's.
and this healer, where is he meeting you?
Here.
Oh, okay.
This evening.
So we should stay.
By the Crespo's shed.
Oh,
When?
Here. Tonight or tomorrow. They weren't sure. I said I'd be here.
But if you're not here and we're
I'll leave a note with Crespo and say I'll be back.
okay.
Are you sure you don't want to? I mean, it seems important that you meet with this guy.
I agree, but I don't think an hour and a half, 2 hour long diversion. He said earliest tonight, and it's still late afternoon.
Well, then let's go.
All right, then let's go rest in the shed.
Before I leave, can I just speak to Crespo? real
Yeah,
quick?
he's sort of in the middle of just talking.
Excuse me.
Yes.
We're about to head out for a few hours. If a jar or a jar Houghton or the Broken Crown come looking for me, just let them know I'll be back in a couple hours.
I will do.
I'll obviously be in our shed.
Of course.
Thank you.
You guys go back.
Alright, Orba unlocks the shed. The horse is still there?
Yeah, the horses are still there.
Yay! We still have horses.
Everything's still on. The shed burned down.
We can kind of have like a conversation while we short rest, obviously. Right?
Yeah, as long as you're not.
Can we do our short rest?
You may, yes. This is a short rest. Everybody go ahead.
It's been so long since
Nice
we've taken a
to
short rest. What happened
fill
on
up
a
my
short rest
tanks.
again?
Tanks are filled, yeah. Any skills that come back on a short rest, you get back. Spell slots do not for a ranger.
right.
You can roll your hit dice to heal. That's it.
Remind me, is it half your hit dice get brought down after a long rest?
You refill half.
You refill half, that's what I mean, yeah.
Yes, on a long rest, yes. So you can use up to 4 of your hit dice because you're level 4.
Do I get Hellish Rebuke back? I can look it up. I feel like I should know that, but I haven't short rested forever.
So one hit dice is rolling
That
rolling
sucks.
the d10 4 times.
So
Sorry, what was that?
Right?
What?
Did I say that wrong?
Heal.
I have
I
4 d10.
Yeah.
Oh, so 1 d10, 1 d10, 1 d10,
Yep.
1
Right.
d10.
And you don't have to roll them all. You can pick as many. You can roll one at a time and see how much you
This
get
is-
back.
Okay, cool.
You know what's
And you will get
embarrassing
2
is the
back
sound
on
of
a
it.
long
Is
rest.
it a D6?
Great.
And you got a 1.
I'm going
How
to
you can do
one.
it. You can
Just
do at least another one.
Is this where's the d10?
There you go.
Oh, I got
how
lucky.
much did you heal, Orba?
Look at you.
Orba, how much did you
D10,
heal?
right? Double pay, right?
Or
No, that's an 8.
That's a 10.
There's 10.
That's it?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, it's hard to see when you're holding it that way. My bad.
I rolled 2d8 and healed 4.
That's alright, I rolled
You can roll
26
more
and
than
26.
Two.
No, he's
Oh.
determined.
10.
I want them back.
Yes, 13.
Do I want it to?
Garbage. Trash. The trash.
Long rest for Hellish Rebuke. I just looked it up. Jeremy Orba.
What happened?
Long rest for Hellish Rebuke.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's only long rest for sepsis.
We both did it.
Everyone's having the worst rest. I rolled 2 and I was like, that's fine.
Keep saying on a lucky bed.
It's not. It's not.
I blew the 3rd one and I fucking got a 1. Of course.
Oh my god.
Killing it over there.
31. That's not bad.
You healed 31?
No, I healed 13.
Okay.
I was only at 20.
I rolled a 31.
I added that
rolled
wrong.
2.
It's 41.
And remember, it's also plus your
I healed
Constitution
15.
modifier. Don't forget that.
Oh, I remembered.
Oh, I did.
Really?
Can I take back a roll?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh,
Let's try to remember that. But
Okay.
yes.
I forgot about
Yes.
that.
Each
too.
roll, you also add your Constitution
Did
modifier.
not realize that.
I went
That's
from 1
another.
Each
to
roll?
7.
Each die, you also roll add your Constitution modifier.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I would have rolled a better one anyway, because that was on
You guys know the Constitution.
So
Pish posh.
that's 8,
Yeah, you have
Who
to
needs
subtract, don't you?
Yeah, I sure do.
8 and
I can heal 0 from that short rest.
That's hilarious. That's truly sad.
Thinking about those charcoal.
I healed up to. I
Dreaming
rolled
of
2
them.
hit dice and got very lucky and almost healed all the way
over
back up to
6.
full health.
So I can only max out, but that's okay.
Very lucky.
All
Short
of you.
rest.
I'm at my
I just want to rub it
best.
in your face.
My
So
constitution.
you have a moment here to
My
have a little bit of
constitution
conversation.
is the best.
It's nice.
It's pretty sweet. I would be at 51.
I feel like I should share a bit more about why I want to go north.
We're ready when you are, Graven.
Today in that basement, you saw the trails that left behind, the carnage. I've seen it before. One of the last tasks that was given to me was to track a monstrous beast through the Wixom Mountains. But it eluded me. Has anyone ever heard of a chimera?
Safira definitely has. Orba wouldn't have. Give me a nature check.
Gosh.
And Erland, give me a nature check.
I'm gonna reach into my bag.
Nat 1. But I can re-roll, right?
Yes, you can.
6 for me.
Well, all of a sudden it came to me. 18.
I'm gonna reach into my bag, and
Okay.
I'll give you a second here, but I'm gonna slowly unfurl the tooth.
So chimera is a vicious. For those of you, sorry, what were the rolls?
6.
6.
18.
18. So the two of you have definitely heard of them. They're very uncommon, monstrous creatures that have 3 heads. They have a goat head, a serpent head, and a lion's head. And they have like a serpent
What's the
tail
goat doing there?
and massive wings. They're sort of a 3-headed monstrous beast.
This was why I agreed to help Jillian. She knew, possibly, where it was, and I followed her, simply for the information as to where it might be. She got this from the Shade Assembly. They have it locked up in Finlock Forest. Now, I have no idea why. But what we saw in that basement is congruent with what I saw when I was first tracking it. I believe that it had somehow myconid poisoning.
The chimera.
The chimera. And the dark spirits were drawn to it.
Does that make it weaker or more powerful?
I don't know.
Was that why you were hunting it? Was because it had dark spirits drawn to it, or was that something you discovered sort of along the way?
I hunt it because I was told to hunt it.
Who
Told by
instructed
whom?
you to do that? But no reason attached.
I don't ask.
And you still need to kill this beast?
And you're not sure what will happen once you kill it.
Has he promised you something?
Expectations, but I do not know.
What are your expectations?
That I may be more independent.
And he's promised that to you. Not in so many words, maybe. And you believe him?
I can believe nothing.
But your hope is for freedom.
Jillian couldn't help you at all?
I would have loved to have more of a conversation with her about it, but we never had the chance.
Did she provide you any sort of access to the Shade Assembly? I assume you can't just waltz in there.
I have no idea.
Do you know what the Shade Assembly looks like?
The base itself?
Yeah.
No. Only that it is in Finlock Forest.
I would also like to go to the Shade Assembly. I think I told you that at some point.
Well,
I don't know whether they would be receptive to me. Even being interested in it.
You didn't know it was at the Shade Assembly prior. You didn't.
Why?
You hadn't tracked it to the Shade Assembly or anything like that.
Why would the Shade Assembly be keeping it?
Orba,
Perhaps the Dark Spirits or the Orba.
I think I can help you.
You can help me.
I think so. So, when we were looking in the Natural Studies Institute, we were in Gomar's office, and at one point I had found this thing, this like blueprint, a map of some kind of a structure of a building.
Whose office?
In Gomar's office at the Natural Studies Institute. It was all locked up, and I stole this thing. And when I showed it to Jillian to try to say, I'm trying to figure out what it is, she got very upset and tore it up and put it in the hot springs and destroyed it and said I could have gotten in a lot of trouble if I had gotten caught with it.
That seems like a good sign.
Yeah, so she destroyed it, but in my brain I remembered it, and later I drew this, and she'll take out her like crude drawing of things trying to like recreate it. It might not be perfect, but it might be...
Well, that's not nothing. I mean...
It looks like stick figure kids, because if she found it again, I didn't want to get beat up.
Having a hard time
Well,
deciphering.
see, these
but
triangles that look like
understand it,
dresses are
right?
really buildings, and then there's this circle over here that looks like it's a face, but really it's some kind of an entrance, possibly. I tried.
Well, as long as you understand it.
There's also someone in.
Saphira's kind of looking at it like...
There's also someone in Tuktu who knows where the Shade Assembly is. Someone who used to work with Jillian, whose name is Valko. I can't remember if I've mentioned him to you yet.
Do I
think that name had come up before. You'll have to remember.
That's not the bomb guy, isn't it?
It is.
You know the
Right.
You suspected that it might be. I think.
Yeah.
I know that I had talked to Jillian asking
Yes.
if it was Valko's doing. I
And she
definitely
said-
didn't communicate that to the group. But
Okay.
I can't remember if Valko's
I-
name has
Okay,
come
so
up
that's
yet.
not something that I would even be.
I can't honestly remember.
There's a school teacher in Tuktu who has been to the Shade Assembly, and he used to work with Jillian, which is how I heard about him. But he's in the second precinct, first or second precinct, and obviously we don't have access to that right now unless someone has some way of.
He's a friend of Jillian's.
Yes. Or he's worked with Jillian in the past.
I wonder if we could get a message to him if he would.
Well, honestly, if there's any chance at getting a message to anyone, it might be when you talk to Jar.
That's true, actually. He's allowed.
He's allowed to travel
he's allowed
between
to travel in
precincts.
between precincts.
So maybe for payment or something, a service that we could offer him, I'm not sure. He'd be able to you'd be a courier for 2 messages. One for, Armand and another for Valko.
And if that doesn't work, we have this task we're about to do that might give us a gentle void favor. That might help.
I don't know if the gentle void... The only reason Valco knows where the Shade Assembly is from before the war, as far as I know. It's not... Jillian, I believe... Jillian gave us the history of the Shade Assembly, didn't she? About yeah, because Blom's brother are trying to blow it up.
What?
The fact that Blom's brother is in jail for trying to blow up the Shade Assembly and not succeeding, wasn't that? What's Blom's brother in jail for, do you remember?
For trying to help raise the Shade Assembly, yeah.
Great. Did we find out... Okay.
Did we find out what?
If he was successful?
No, they faked it.
They faked it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we do know that the Shade Assembly is... Yeah.
Yes, it's still very
Oh,
much
you know that it exists.
Yeah.
I mean, Jillian has basically...
Yeah.
She coyly said
Yeah.
as much, but...
So, Valco had been there before the war, so... I mean, this is not...
Any insight will be better than what I have now.
I don't think that the... I worry the Gentle Void won't know much about the Shade Assembly.
No, I meant the Gentle Void favor would help us go back to Raz and give him the favor.
Well,
to transport a message.
Yes,
I see.
I should tell you, Jillian gave me 2 Gentle Void favors, but I haven't...
Oh, well, that's probably what Raz wanted.
I'm sure it is, but I'm not sure I want to waste one on getting a message to Armand.
There are different levels. Do you know if they're high or not?
They're 2 higher level Gentle Void.
We'll say, given what you've heard before, there's basically... They're categorized into 3, low, medium, and high, basically.
Okay.
And Jillian seemed to imply that those were both high favors. She said reasonably high, but yes.
She gave me both reasonably high favors, and the reason I didn't want to... obviously it's important to me to get a message to Armand. I think for multiple reasons it's important for me to talk to Armand in the investigation of, the distribution of myconid extract, but... I don't want to waste a high Gentle Void favor on getting a message to him right now.
I understand. What we would earn tonight would be a lower.
If you'd be, willing to part with it.
But I like your idea better.
I worry... Here's my one fear about asking Jar to send a message to Valco about where is the Shade Assembly, is I don't think Valco... Jillian, who was an operative, was... extraordinarily cagey about the Shade Assembly's location. I don't think that Valco's just going to write that down and send it to us in a message.
No, I doubt it.
He might even be alarmed if we ask about it.
He probably has some loyalty to them too, because they granted them asylum.
Josco Tibbet seemed disenchanted, maybe.
Josco wants nothing to do with the Shade Assembly. I doubt he would risk.
Unless anyone has a firm way into the 2nd District, I don't know how we get in touch with Valco at this exact moment.
But would you maybe ask Jar if he can get a message to Armand?
I will ask Jar, yes.
I'm sure we'll be able to find out more along the way.
Is there a time limit on this, Goliath?
I think everything is as soon as possible.
But there was no assigned amount of time for the contract.
I have been hunting it for 5 years.
5 years?
Do things get worse for you each year that you don't kill it?
I've actually been, over these last few weeks, only just now managed to regain some of my strength.
Why?
I had a incident.
Your hand starts to heat up a little bit there.
I'm gonna close my eyes and just put my head down.
You alright? Graven?
Can we revisit this later tonight? I may want to try something, actually.
He punishes you for talking? I guess I know that. Drew's finally got it. She's slow, but she gets there eventually.
Are we in danger?
I don't think
guess we should find that chimera then.
I will help you, Graven.
I'd like to know why he wants it. But, yeah, I mean...
Who?
I'm sure you would too. Look, I want, I don't trust...
Please stop pointing up.
But I would like to help you get free of that. Fine. Shall we,
Go?
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing, Graven.
Lead the way to this.
Well, has it been? I don't know how long.
We can say that after this conversation, you guys take a moment to
meditate for a little
just
bit.
quietly sort of keep to yourselves. Get yourself ready. Great. And it goes by. You guys, an hour passes by. You guys feeling shaking off a little bit of the effects of the fight. Feeling a little stronger. You have it's now closer to 6 p.m., but you guys still have most of these sort of later afternoon to evening.
Should we head to the house?
Lead the way to the house, yes.
Yes. I don't see him skirting around.
Are you like looking out the door at...
yeah, just like...
Give me a perception check.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This guy.
Like
I've been watching you guys
2 to
sleep
5.
for the past hour.
You don't see him.
Okay. No.
Damn, it would have been hilarious to catch him.
I'll lead the way.
Alright, I'll lock up the shed.
You do so. Were you about to say something?
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry. It looked like you were about to...
Short rest. Could I have also attuned?
Yes. I don't think that takes up the short rest.
Oh, to the...
Yeah, to the like bracelets.
Yes, you can, yep.
I'm assuming Graven didn't want them.
Please.
Yeah.
Orba, face the corner of the room.
If he doesn't see it, he won't even know he's missing.
You guys start to head over to Arzu Bakori's father's home. That's sort of around the corner from Frank Sobel's place. And the home is just around the corner from Frank Sobel's. Nothing remarkable. Certainly doesn't seem to be a place of business. It doesn't have any sort of signs or advertisements that you've seen sort of around some of the other places. It's a one-story building, but bulging into the backyard, a number of these houses sort of lined up have a backyard in the back, and bulging into this one is some addition to the house that clearly came years after the initial construction. Its walls are of a clean, smooth stone, and the roof is seen less fading from the sun. It's clearly the sort of attached portion. You can go up to the door. No one answers. But you hear a little bit of footsteps behind you. And he sort of... Oh, I was just running an errand. It's good to see.
Did you find anyone else?
That depends on the reason for you being here.
We'd like to check it out.
I
Your
count
lock.
5 of us.
Excellent. Then I didn't find anyone else. But if you change your mind, maybe I did.
Okay.
Please, open the door. Motions inside.
Buddy.
And you guys start to move inside. Oh, yeah. No, we'll go with this one.
Oh.
I had the wrong music. He leads you in. And there's this first sort of, general sitting kitchen area. Seems perfectly normal. Wooden construction, a couple of high-backed chairs next to the fireplace. And he leads you through that room into the next one. Opens up a heavy door that looks like it takes a little bit of effort to push it open. And it's like stepping into an entirely different house. 5 marble podiums all facing each other in the center of the room.
The drama.
Bronze sconces along the walls, oil lamps, and some intricately carved, hefty wooden benches along the perimeter for seating. It has a very self-important look to it. Almost like one of the rooms that you'd seen at the Mullifer Estate wine vineyard, but at a very sort of small, miniature scale. On the south wall, there's a portrait hung on the wall of 5 older men, 2 tieflings, a half-elf, and 2 humans, all of them wearing the same outfit and striking different sort of put-upon posed, like refined poses, each of them, sort of with this sort of
These guys are getting
persona.
into some shit.
Did you tell
Up to
us
no
what
good.
the whole deal?
Vaguely, but yeah.
And beneath the portrait is a shining plaque with the words, "The Stalwart,"
Oh my God.
engraved into it.
Eternity.
So much.
For each of the marble podiums, there's a very small, maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, sort of rug at the base of it to sort of stand on as you're at the podium. It's a very small little rug at the base of each podium. And lying on top of each podium, so the slanted sort of top portion of it, is a thin leather-bound book. It doesn't have any writing on the cover, but there's one of these books on each of the 5 podiums. There's a portion of the stone wall on the north-facing side that is a thin crevice running along in a rectangular shape, possibly some kind of false wall or secret door. This could easily be the entrance to the storeroom that he mentioned. And the first thing that Arzu does as he kind of heads into the room is he goes up to the portrait and he points at one of the human men. "That one's my father. He was nothing like this when he wasn't around the rest of them. He was a silly man, very warm, and not a twat. Excuse me. So, look, we can do introductions later. This is how it works, and you can tell me if you think you can do it, yeah?
Okay.
Go.
So each person takes one of these, and he reaches into a little sack that he has by his... It's 5 long crimson pieces of fabric, sort of a thin, long crimson piece of fabric. You wrap it around your mouth, tying it at the back of the head. Almost like a gag, but you don't have to tie it that tight, or at least they didn't do that when they did it. And then you step in front of the podiums, 1 person at each podium. As soon as all 5 are in place, it is officially begun. And at that point, you can't speak a word or make any sort of sound. You all have to simultaneously open your books to the first page, and any attempt to open a book before all 5 at their podium results in failure. I don't know what that means. That's what it said in my father's notes. Failure.
Okay. I mean, surely these guys, hang on, just really quickly, these guys are opening it themselves usually?
Yes.
None of them has ever come out of here looking beaten up?
No, but then again, to my knowledge,
They
never
don't usually
failed.
get it wrong, yeah, sure, but okay. I would imagine that they wouldn't want to make a penalty, at least for the first failure, as harsh as death, but I don't know what would happen at the third.
I doubt that. They're very old.
Okay, well, that helps, I guess.
So from there, there's a very specific order that you have to turn the pages of the books to get the storeroom to open up.
It changes every time.
Your book will have a symbol or some sort of element on its page. Sometimes you have the same element, sometimes people have different elements. And you have to figure out who of you has the dominant element. And that person is the one who turns their page.
Oh. Well, can't you just flip your books around to everyone else, figure it out like that, and...
So the books are attached to the podiums.
Of course. Why wouldn't that be
We can make gestures, but we can't speak.
Yes. And like I said, as I described it to you before, I've seen them in the room and they were gesturing and that's what I meant.
Were they communicating with each other in some other way other than gestures, or...?
Well, no, because as I said in my father's notes, no speaking, no sound. I believe that the crimson fabric is meant simply to keep you from making sound.
Is there how many of these elements are there?
How many pages are in this book?
I don't know, I've never done it.
How do we know what is dominant?
Well, figuring out who has the dominant element, that is the more difficult part because you have to communicate to each other without speaking.
Yeah.
But there is a key provided in the books. He starts to explain.
Oh boy.
Oh my god!
And we are going to
I'm so excited.
do it, and we're going to do an example one as well so we make sure we're all on the same page.
Good God.
The example one, we are going to do verbally. Because I don't want you guys to do it non-verbally for the first time. That's obviously part of the challenge, so we don't want to pre-plan that.
a doobly.
Oh, that's true.
Doobly doo.
Don't.
Oh my god, those
Shout out Circle.
Big, fat, stately boys.
My goodness.
Don't turn any pages.
Right.
Look at the top page.
Got it.
It is also very important during this that you don't peek at other people's pages. Everybody
Honor
be
system.
good D&D students and don't. No cheating.
Oh, why did I just started to like flip it.
Yep. Don't
Death
do that.
upon
I didn't
you.
look.
That's it.
Game over.
Wow.
So the page that you turn to, and he would sort of describe
This is both for me and you.
will look very much like this, and I'm going to put it up on the thing as well. So people can
Okay.
see. You're going to see a little.
Oh, God.
It basically works like complicated rocks, paper, scissors. Each element beats two other elements. Yes, you understand
Two
that?
other elements defeats, yeah.
An element always defeats itself. So if you're fire and you're fire, you each defeat each other. An element always defeats itself.
As in it like zeroes them out.
No, so here's the thing. You count the number of defeats that you have, and that's the person who has the dominant element, is the person who's defeated the least. And that's why we're going to do this as an example.
Defeated the least.
Yes, whoever's defeated the least is the strongest, because they're being
Right,
defeated.
because
Oh,
defeated
who
the least.
has been defeated, not who
Yes.
is defeating.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, who has been defeated.
Yes.
I'll zoom in on that a bit.
This is going.
Wow.
Oh my.
This is gonna go so fucking well.
No,
I'm so
it's gonna
excited.
kill us, you guys.
Here we
I'm
go,
terrible at
puzzle
We're all gonna get like punched in the face.
So, the first one that you all are looking at, this is an example. That is not part of the actual book.
Okay.
So, Leah, what element are you?
Say out loud.
Yeah, go ahead. For now, we're going to do it out loud, but you're not going to do it.
Water.
Oh,
Yes. Leah is water. Okay. Graven, what are you?
Metal.
Metal. So, as people are, and this is going to have to be non-verbal, but as people are saying what their element is, or you're figuring out their element, you need to count whether or not you are defeated by that element. So, are you defeated by metal, which he is? No. You are defeated by water.
Yes.
So that's one defeat for you. You should keep track of that.
Okay.
Orba, what are you?
I'm wood.
Wood.
Oh no.
So, you are water. That's one defeat for you. And, Orba, you know that Graven's metal, so that's one defeat for you.
And a win doesn't like.
No, a
do
win does
anything.
not do anything.
It's
You're just
defeats.
counting defeats. Yep, just counting defeats. So you should each have one defeat.
Yep.
Zoe, what are you?
Easy peasy, you guys. This is
You are fire.
smooth as
That
butter.
is a defeat for metal.
Wait, what is she?
She's fire. That's a defeat for metal.
Yeah.
And that's a defeat for wood.
me.
And
I defeat her.
you defeat. That's one defeat
so-
for you. Great.
Oh my god.
So you all are counting how many defeats you have. Great. Erland, how many are you?
I am
Or what?
also fire.
You are also fire. So that is another defeat for metal. That is another defeat for wood.
And that's another defeat
And
for
it's another
us.
defeat for fire. You and Erland, you are defeated by fire, the other fire.
Oh, right, I'm defeated by the same, yeah.
And you are defeated by water. So,
So-
hold your fingers up with your number of defeats. Leah has the
Of
least
course.
defeats. She is the first one to turn her page.
And
That's
we
how it
stay
works.
on.
No, you do not. Everyone turns, but it only matters who turns first. So, Beezaura turns her page, and then everyone else is allowed to turn their
Okay.
page at that point.
And then we can
Don't
go
turn the
there.
page.
Okay.
Don't turn the page.
And then you keep going.
Okay.
We're going to do one more without me walking you through it. Go to the second page. This is
And we can-
also an example
Oh,
page.
baby.
Oh my god, this is terrible.
And do it verbally again
This
so
is
you guys
truly
know
so
what's going
funny.
on.
Okay.
Oh
Okay.
my god. Okay.
Okay, and this diagram is laid out the
We were
same
doing it
way.
non-verbally?
Oh, it stays.
The diagram is the same. Yep.
This is the arrows.
Your element changes, but the
Okay.
diagram
Yes, the
doesn't.
element that you are may change.
Oh, and now the arrows stay the same too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The top part stays the same.
Okay.
Okay.
So-
Okay.
And I'll let you guys try and walk through it.
Okay.
Okay.
Earth.
I'm trying to conceive. I mean, it's
Hold
not
on.
you. I'd like.
I'm not looking.
Okay.
I'm not worried about you. It's me. Protecting me
Are you
myself.
guys ready?
Yep.
Yes.
Everyone needs to stop talking.
I'm sorry.
Also, Earth.
Water.
Hold.
Earth,
Fine.
Earth,
Water's fine.
Earth, water.
Okay.
Zoe.
Water.
Oh.
Tie is nothing.
No, it's
What do you mean a tie?
Oh,
if you're the
water.
same, you
Water.
defeat each other. That is
So
a
I
defeat.
get a defeat.
Yes.
get a defeat.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad I
We
asked
both
that.
get
I was ready to be like, I got it.
And I am wood.
now.
What do you got?
Oh,
Really?
Strong boy.
Yeah, because I'm wood. There's no one who's fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And there's no one who's metal.
Yeah, so you
So I have zero
Erland would be the
defeats.
one to turn his page next.
Now we
That's the puzzle. And you must do it without talking.
Can we count how many pages there are? Or is that for
no.
the page?
No.
Oh my god, I'm so nervous.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I actually think I'm really
Any
good at
clarifying questions?
If
I love
Z's the
charades.
same as you, it gets defeated
wait.
too.
We now know that this is going to look the same every time we turn the page.
Yes.
So
Yes.
us
the
as
diagram.
characters now know, like, different elements, whatever. Can we... Alright, we should work out a system.
No, so that's the thing.
No, we can't?
The whole point is, this is
We're already gonna
when
be
you
talking
open
about
it, that's what you see.
Oh,
But,
this-
so I
yeah,
wanted you
I
guys to get it
see,
ahead
I
of
see.
So
time.
we're not like
But you can't be like, let's make a symbol for water. Let's
Yeah.
make it. Yes, you can't do that.
No doobly doo?
No doobly-doo.
Doobly-doo.
let's see how
Okay.
everyone is at. Sure.
Oh
Yeah.
my
So
god.
we're not going to
Who's
know.
being invited to
what the
family
elements
game night? And
This is
who's
gonna last
Yeah.
25 seconds.
I know, we're gonna get booted.
I get
from
really
this channel.
competitive during these kinds of things.
Okay.
We're working together.
You are working together.
Yeah, that's true.
Common goal.
Keep in mind.
All right.
We're a basketball team.
We're a basketball
Sure.
team.
Tennis. All right.
Are people ready?
No, but yes.
No way in hell.
And also, this
I mean,
didn't
this-
happen in those two, but you did see the direction. If there is a tie, the people who have the lowest turn the page together. You see that on the instructions?
Okay, hold on. Let me read the instructions.
No sound at all.
Yes.
Not
No
even
sound.
like a
The implication was no sound.
no sound.
So one of us like toots and we're all out.
Yes. If someone rips a fat fart, you might lose.
I'm gonna keep that.
No. We really gotta get
If you guys lose, you can do the fart sound.
Oh, really? If we lose the whole thing?
Don't tank it just so you can play the fart sound.
Okay.
Same elements equal defeats.
Yes. If same
Writing
element
that down.
defeats your element, you defeat each other. You each get a defeat.
Okay.
Each element.
All right.
This is. I almost died 2 hours ago. I'm more nervous now.
I only have 7 hit points. This is gonna.
It's fine.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. It's alright. I have a healing potion.
Okay.
That just
I'm
throws me
so
out
excited.
so much.
All right.
So is everyone on the same
Are we ready?
page?
Yes.
Well, not literally, but is everyone
Literally.
understanding
Yes.
each other?
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Sure.
I had fun.
When can we flip our pages?
I will tell you in a second.
Let's
Oh,
go.
here we go.
Okay.
All right, all of you take your places at the
Oh
five
my
podiums. And you open up to the first page. Everybody turn.
Oh god.
So this is the first real page.
We have it on, right? We have our
Yes,
ties
you
on?
tied the crimson cloth around. So you can
silence.
I'm gonna put some.
You guys stand at the podiums. Everyone take a thing to cover up your element, just so you don't accidentally, you're not tempted to look.
Yeah,
just take
yeah,
a piece of paper or something to cover up your element.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Graven is turning his page first, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Great, everyone can turn their Don't mouth things.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Everyone turns the page simultaneously?
Yes.
Sorry.
Alright, go on ahead to the next page.
Oh!
Oh!
I did one wrong there.
Oh, it's different. Shh. Sorry, I'm saying for the string.
How dare you?
Okay.
Okay.
Don't mouth, don't mouth. Safira turns her page first, and you may turn the rest of the pages.
I was doing it backwards. I didn't know how to explain it. I did it backwards the first time.
Okay, hold on.
Erland turns his page. And it continues on.
With the whole.
Oh God!
I love mine.
And Beezaura turns what appears to be the last page.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Okay, I know why I got this one.
Don't forget to cover your thing, just so people don't have the temptation after you. There you go.
Took a lot of effort there. Okay.
Turn the page.
And as Erland turns the page, there's a quiet rumbling. And the door on the far wall begins to slip aside, and that's where we're going.
I can't believe ever. Oh,
nicely done.
God.
It got a little closer.
Oh my god, that was the
I'm
best.
sorry, you guys. I started calculating wins instead of defeats, and I got super confused. And
When you started doing the P backwards, I'm like, just stop.
The letters were
like,
getting people confused.
I'm like, just act.
Well,
it's a politician. Just
You were
don't.
also, John, you were using 3 and W.
I was,
interchangeably.
Yep. You guys were better with that.
That's why spelling is not allowed straight.
And before the party could find
This
out.
is a W. Not this.
I'm sorry, but you
You're right.
told the entire life story of a Myconid in you trying to you went
mushroom head, they go to work, they chop them up, they give them
and then one grabs you through the bars.
You remember this? Remember the
I'm
bars?
just now realizing that you kind of made a motion for your draft
Yeah,
jacket.
that's exactly what she was doing.
But we don't know that
We have
that's
no
like
idea that that's there.
Well,
I don't think that they know
you didn't
that
catch it.
that's what she was saying.
Right, that-
yeah.
No, we
You do because
We will find out what's in the secret storeroom next week.
I honestly can't wait to read chat while we were doing that whole thing.
I saw you doing them. Like, how is she
Here, I
possibly
can
chatting?
zoom in. So once again, the sort of there was at
Jake
first.
is really confused.
There was at first
That was
sort of elements. Was the first one.
unbelievable.
Then it became classes.
That fucked because like I was in my head like
Yeah, that got dangerous.
the,
People were pointing, but people didn't know if it was like you go or I'm you. Like that got.
The repeating someone else's actions. I'm like, no, just do
It's
your
like hitting a green button that says blue.
Yeah.
And then there was professions.
Oh, you're a blacksmith? Mwah.
Strong
Yeah,
work.
very good, very good.
And then there
Great
was
object
damage
work.
types. Was the
Force.
next
I
one.
started doing Luke Skywalker. Did you get that?
I
That's
did, but I
not
was like,
you.
you do that.
Skywalker.
I said power button in the last one.
Yeah, and I yelled at you for that too.
That's why we had already figured it out. That's why I was
Definitely
like,
cannot do that. Come on, stay in canon.
I thought the bartender was
The bartender
pretty
was-
spot on.
Do they have shakers in NGC?
Why not?
At swanky taverns. And then finally there was creature types of Mantis Studio.
Oh my god, the owlbear we were struggling with.
I would have loved to have seen someone do a
Well, at
centaur.
first, Orba started with bear. I thought that was going to confuse you.
Yeah.
Went bear,
Yeah, you went
owl.
bear, owl. Yeah.
I don't know. That was the easier one to do.
Oh my
You also
goodness.
kind of made a little bit of the noises.
Oh, I didn't hear.
Really?
Like
Was I
under your
just going,
breath.
Well, at least she didn't mouth to you fire
Yeah,
after
a
she
little
had
bit.
done.
Also, your necrotic damage example. That was just terrifying.
Very clear.
That was so scary.
Very clear.
Truly intense.
Did you have any doubt as to what it was?
Oh my god. that was
Crystal
so
clear.
We'll find out what's behind the door when we come back next week. Thank you guys
that
so
was
much for
dumb.
joining us.
So
A
dumb.
little bit of levity and puzzle after a long
I can't believe
fight.
we did it in one shot. I'm
Yeah.
sure we'll never know what happens if we fail.
I'm
Can you
framing
actually
this.
tell
I
us
love
what would have happened if we
puzzles.
did?
I love
I'm glad we
puzzles.
did it.
My goodness.
Imagine if I had told that guy to fuck off.
Imagine all the fun we would have. I would have found a way to use it later, like way down the line.
Holy
Thank you guys so much for joining us.
goodness.
As always,
Yeah.
we will be here at the same
Good
time next
time.
week, 7 o'clock on Sundays. Anything else to say?
Rolling all 20s in one.
7 o'clock.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Y'all.
that's a
Boomer
weird
bust.
night rolling, yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
man.
We'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.